T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in it. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. Drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. And I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever want
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. Happy birthday, me. Yay! Good morning to you. Oh, man. I love that song so much. I don't know why it is. It's so simplistic. Growing up in San Diego, I used to roll down the windows in San Diego County, and I would turn this song up every time it came on. I had this religious reaction to hearing this song, and it was to roll down the windows of the vehicle I was driving at the time, blast it up almost as loud as the radio could possibly take it without distorting the music, and just drive. And I don't know what it was about the song. I, the lyrics aren't even happy. There's nothing even happy about those lyrics, but there was something in the song that just made me feel good. I liked it. So yeah, that's my favorite song right there. Uh, there's no relationship to anything that is happening in the market at all with that song. So thank you for the happy birthday wishes from all you guys. Uh, and I want to say happy birthday to my soul brother here, Thick, who also happens to have the same birthday as me. It's so weird. I think I've heard statistics somewhere before that if you get like 100 people in a room together or something like that, the chances of having two people with a birthday on the same exact day is like really high. I forget what the odds are, but it's really high. Thick is my guy. Thick's my soul brother, and it's really cool. It's really cool. So I hope you have a great day as well. I hope we all have great days. I got some well wishes on the side already in Twitter, and I was like, I want to, some good luck wishes, and I said I just want to wish my happy birthday wishes to oh, I can't tell. I'm supposed to not say anything until I blow the candles out, or I'm not supposed to say anything at all, right? Well, I already told that person, but might as well tell everybody. I want my birthday wishes. I want my birthday good fortune to be spread across us all. That's my birthday wish. Um, I just want to see. I know that there's going to be so much good that comes out of us becoming financially wealthy compared to what's been happening with this money in the past, which is just being held in a market by greedy people. I know, I know for a fact that we're going to do great things, and so that would be my birthday wish. I don't know. Maybe I ruined it by saying it before it actually happened. I don't know. As far as like things to go for today, I haven't looked into anything at all to see if there was something I could talk about. Let me pull up Adam Air and see if he's got any tweets out. Okay, new tweets, no new tweets from him. Um, I feel like there was something I wanted to talk to you guys about though. Hold on a second, let me just pull something up here real quick. Oh, yes. How could I forget? On my birthday, we're gonna get the CPI data. That's going to be released at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is about an hour and 45 minutes from now. So we'll get to find out what that number is. I do know that I was informed that there was some kind of false report that was being sent around saying that it was going to be 10%. It's that's actually not a real report. So there is that. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody. It's like I could. Thank you, everybody. Um, I think everybody just wants oh, and by the way, we have a bet going that if we hit 19, I was born in 1976. The bet is that if we hit 19.6 or better before the end of close today, that I have to dye the beard green. So there's that. I don't know that we're gonna get there. I don't think you're gonna see a green beard, but if if it happens, it happens. My wife was like, I told my wife about it yesterday at dinner. I told her, I was like, oh yeah, by the way, hun, you're on the line for helping me dye my beard green if we hit 1976 or better by the end of the day. And she goes, green? She goes, of all the colors you could have picked, green. And I said, well, I mean, I am saying I don't think it's going to get there. So that's like me being red. And so green would be the opposite. So it'd be like losing a bet. And you can't lose a bet in good fashion without having some kind of penalty. So yeah, green. Danny says if we hit 1976 or more, Casey can shave his beard into a pencil thin mustache. Oh man. No, the beard doesn't get shaved until I'm stuck on that one until 90. It's got to be 90 or better. Nosa says I dare you to play the birthday song at some point of the day. What's the birthday song like? Just the like just a regular happy birthday? Um, okay. I mean, that doesn't sound like a hard bet. I'll take you up on that one. At some random point today, I'll just play it. Let's see here. I'm seeing, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm seeing a post here on Reddit that says June inflation stays at 8.6%. I've kind of wondered if inflation stays at 8.6%, I have a feeling that the Feds may try to drop the basis points that they raised by from 75 to 50. They may see that as like a leveling out and may drop the amount. And I think that'll probably be the worst mistake they'll ever make. I think they should probably do another 75 and just keep at it until they start seeing it. Keep going at 75 or more until they start seeing that sucker drop. Good morning, Apex. Nosa says we can take virtual cake and wear party hats. Thank you, PC3. Yeah, that's cool. We could do that. Virtual party hats. Yee. And those little what are they? I don't even know what those things are called. What are those things called that you put in your mouth? You blow on it. Don't start with me. And then the little thing unfolds and it's like a tongue that unfolds out and then it comes back in. What do they call those things? I have no idea what that is. And it makes that like happy little sound. It goes wee. I have no idea what those are called. Danny's gonna find. All right, thanks, Danny. Let me see here. A lot of people are trying to guess what inflation is going to be or what CPI is going to be at. Party rappers, party streamers. I don't think the streamers are the things you pop. Gus says party rappers. I've never heard that before. Good morning, Benjamin. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh Reddit real here and see if there's anything else new that's out. Um, Here's a report that says White House, this is from CNN.com. White House tries to get ahead of June inflation report that it expects it to be elevated but out of date. It's just a flesh wound. I was listening to a little bit of Boss Blunt's live stream last night, and the analyst he was stating the analysts are saying that there's like a 10% chance that we can soft land this thing. I haven't seen those reports, but man, that's insane. 10% chance of being able to soft land this onto the bottom. That doesn't sound good. Nana says, Casey, please play your guitar and sing. I don't know about singing, Nana. That requires some like preparedness. Let me be really honest with you, Nana. Doing this talking for 9 hours for the last year, over a year now, has altered my voice. I've tried to sing the way that I used to sing, and it has completely altered my voice now. I can't sing like I used to. There's just it's I don't know if it's because I'm getting old. I have heard that when you get older, you lose some of your vocal range, but it's bad. It's really really bad. So I might pull out the guitar today though and play a little strum a little ditty here and there. Party whistles, huh? James says put on the glasses. Well, it is time to put on the glasses, so let's do that, James. Um, it is time. So I'll put on the glasses and we'll take a look at our numbers. Gibber says, "Hey there, buddy. Can AMC and GME go up even if SPY drops, or can they go against the grain?" Yes, that's a negative beta to the rest of the market. We have had that happen before. There's a excellent website that you can use to. Um, One thing I want to say about negative beta is that it's impossible for you to detect whether or not AMC and GME have a negative beta to the rest of the market over a substantial period of time, because the only way that you can truly and honestly calculate it is by taking averages over a extended period of time. So if we were to go negative beta to the rest of the market, you wouldn't probably see those numbers until well after it had occurred. So, but very easily when you look at the numbers, you can just look at them and say like, well, obviously the whole market's going this way, and these stocks are not. this this particular security is moving in the exact opposite direction. Something is going on here. It is not acting like the rest of it. So, if you want, I will post. If you give me just a second after I clean off my glasses, I will put up here a website that you can use to calculate beta for any security you choose. It's not a bad tool to have at your hand at your by your side to use in a situation. There it is right there. Buyupside.com calculators. So what you do? Hold on a second here. Let me take off my camera and I'm gonna pull the screen over and just kind of show you real quickly. Hey, look, no ads up here. That's kind of cool. First time. This Google Ads thing is this on this website is terrible. I get ads up here that are just so ridiculous sometimes. You just plug in your ticker that you want to look up. Put your starting month. Now, I would recommend nothing less than a 3-month span. And in fact, I think the way that they have this set up, it won't let you do anything less than 3 months. It might be 2. But if you wanted to, you could just start with let's go with January to current, and we're going to change the year to current year. And so I've got start month of January, end month of July, end year 2022, start year 2022, and you just click calculate beta, and it's going to spit out a number for you down here under the beta section, and it's saying that we have a negative beta to the rest of the market right now of negative 4.06 with that particular data set of numbers. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, I'm going to look at that right there, and I'm going to say, okay, we have a negative 4% beta to the rest of the market. Meaning we move with 7 months worth of data, or 6.5 months worth of data, we move more than the direction by quite a bit. whichever direction the market goes. Now I'm going to look at the span between February and July, calculate that beta. It says it's improving now. So it's saying like, okay, now you're getting closer to moving like from February to current. You're moving more closer to the way that than the one I just pulled to the rest of the market. If you move to the next one, March, yep, other direction, negative 4.8. So even further away, negative beta to the rest of the market. April, now it's negative 2.2. And this may be the last one I'm able to pull in is May, negative 2. So we're becoming more positive beta to the market over time, as you can see, because we started out at 4, from January to current, we started out with a negative beta of 4. Now we're becoming more positive beta. We're still negative, but not as much as we were. And I don't think if I plug in June here, I don't think it's going to calculate out the numbers. Yeah, it spits nothing out. It's not enough data to calculate. So, and this is why I've been saying that for the last month or so, I've been telling everybody that actually it's probably been about a month and a half. This is proof that whatever is happening to the market is going to happen to us. We're on a collision course with the rest of the market. So until margin calls come rolling in, we're going to continue to see us moving in the same direction, more than likely than the rest of the market, until we see that definitively just change. And once that changes drastically, and you'll see it, I mean, you'll notice it, then you'll know that we've gone the opposite. So bad with words this morning. Manjit, good morning to you. But I've got the glasses on, and it's time to take a look at the numbers here, guys. So let's do that. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. All right, let me. You're welcome, Gibber. And I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong. It's a rite of passage around here to get your name mispronounced. Because, words, so hard. Let me log into Fidelity, guys, and we'll start taking a look at some of the numbers here. Give me just a second while I log in. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime play, and you may not want to have other people logging into your account that are not supposed to be in your account. Two-factor authentication is a great way to stop that. If you don't like it, and you don't think it's going to be useful for you once you've turned it on, you can always turn it off. You don't have to keep it there, but it might be a good idea. Alrighty. I am logged into Fidelity. Let's take a run through of these numbers here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So if you have any specific questions for me, please hold on to them. I won't be able to see them from here on forward. Let's see here. Starting with the top left-hand corner. This is so shameful. It's so shameful, man. It's like my birthday week and these oh, son of a holy crap, I didn't realize I got it. Oh, I thought I missed. Okay, this is exciting. I'm happy. I was just disappointed. I thought I missed price predictions. So my price prediction yesterday was 1263 to 1563. I thought I missed. I actually hit it. I made it by 3 cents inside of my price prediction for the day. I completely, for some reason, I was thinking I had 1549. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm super happy. Happy birthday to me! Yay! I don't know why I'm so happy here, but I am. I thought I was going to be the only person with a price prediction point, without a point for the day today. I know you guys probably would have loved to seen it close much higher than 1563, but and I would have too. But I'm happy I got a point because now I don't have to be the only person on the board here without a point. Everybody else got a point as well. Eric got one with 1350 to 1650. Keto got 1312 to 1612. And Monty had 1350 to 1650. Not all hope is lost here. I got a point, guys. I got a point. Yes. All right. I gotta put up a secondary point here. 2 for me. Let's see. 2 for Keto. 2 for Monty. 2 for Eric. All right. It's a tie. It's a 4-way tie. Whew. I barely made it. 3 cents. I should have been more bullish. I really thought we were going to trip SSR yesterday. I did not see yesterday turning out the way that it did. I still do believe that we're going to see a pretty hard turnaround towards a 10% drop in price here in the very near future. But I thought for sure it was going to be yesterday. Taking a look at price prediction, sorry, taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, short exempt volume yesterday. Let's take a look at that. If that's over 400K, we're almost at 4 million after the last 11 trading days. So let me see what that is. 410.8 in short exempt volume. These numbers are really high. Utilization. I know this is the one a lot of people are waiting for. They want to see utilization at 100%. 100%. I just updated Ortex. Let me just verify the date because I hate to tell you 100% and then later be like, guys, guess what? Never mind. Yep, July 12th, 100%. We have 100% utilization for 107 straight trading days. Massively long amount of time. Day over day price change. We had a 4.35% increase in price. We are still on, if you take the average of the last 3 days, we're not on a 15% increase, but I would just add 15% to the last, I would say that we need to average a 5%, continue to average a 5% increase over whatever span of time it is that we're traversing forward. So we've had 4 straight days of upwards price movement. If I take the average of those 4 days, give me just 1 second while I average this out. We are on an average pace of 5.69% per day over the last 4 days. So I'm still going to keep this green and say I'm actually going to say 4 of 4 or 4 of 3. So we're still averaging 5%. We would need to probably see, we could probably have another 4% day in here and still average at least 5%, but it'll be getting close at that point. So we've got 2 out of 3 of the indicators green here, and let's see what's next. Max Pain was $15 both on Monday and Tuesday. Let's see if Max Pain is still the same. I'm going to guess that it is. Actually, before I update this, I'm going to guess that Max Pain is probably 16. Yeah, I'm going to guess 16 now. Nope, still 15. So 3 straight trading days of max pain being 15, and that's the same value that we entered into the week at as well. Taking a look at off exchange data from yesterday, I'm going to go ahead and refresh that. The last data we saw was 63.52. EDGX was 10.84. The final numbers for the day, and those always do drop at the end of the day. The final numbers was 61.97, and out of the EDGX, which is the ETFs, there was 10.49 for a grand total of 72.46% of our total volume going through off exchanges. That's 6, 7, 8, 8.46% higher than what I deem as an average day. So a lot of price suppression. So we managed to finish up 4%, and there was still probably more upwards movement that could have been realized, but wasn't because it went through the off exchange. Taking a look at institutional share ownership in the very bottom of the screen down there, 190.124 million. Let's give that an update and see if it's changed. 190.116, so it did drop just a little bit there. Not much though. 124 to 116. Institutions own 36.79% of the free float. Those are good numbers. Moving on to the top right hand side of the screen, Ortex data, you'll notice that shares on loan is 136.87. I do believe that is a drop. We'll check that out here in just a minute to see how much of a drop that was. I do want to note here that the short interest of the free float is at 18.4%. That's actually a bit of a jump, which tells me they probably updated the exchange reported short interest. Yep, they did. They updated the exchange reported short interest, and because of that, they upped the number. So they were estimating a little bit low when they were estimating like 17.4. They had to up it by a full percent. We'll take a look at those numbers here in just a minute. But let's move on to options. Our lottery ticket losers, unfortunately, at $145. Yesterday there was a total of 174.6 thousand contracts. It's now 175.5. Taking a look at our open interest, most of our open interest has been revolving, or that's not the word I want to use, surrounding $20, $20 strike price, both on calls and puts. Those are yearlies, so just keep that in mind. But taking a look at those numbers, yesterday at a $20 strike price, there was 50.6 thousand calls. There's now 53.6. And on the puts, there was 31.5. There's still 31.5. So those positions have not been closed out. Those still remain there. Somebody's going to be a big loser on one side of that. Taking a look at Vortex data a little bit more closely. Give me just 1 second while I move a couple of screens around. There's your utilization at 100 and, is it 7 now? 107 straight trading days of utilization being 100% is massive. We're going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here and take a look at the on loan amount. There it is, dipping again some more. It went from 138.56 to 136.87. which is a little less than 2 million shares returned. It's more like 1.7. Taking a look at the on-loan average age per day. I want to see this number continue to move upwards. So if the returned loans, if that 1.7 million shares that were returned were newish loans, then this number should proceed upwards. It didn't. It went down. So they were older loans that they returned. So we're getting even. It looks like we're going to keep dipping this number down some more. It's gradually stair-stepping its way down. It went from 65.3 down to 63.79. This is a very, very, very similar setup to last January. If I scroll back to last January and show you that time period, why can't I see it? Oh, there it is. Very similar. Look at the difference. I'm gonna copy and paste this real quick. I'm gonna copy that and scroll back over. Very similar setup in what's happening with that on-loan average age per day. It came down, went up, came back down, had a very short one-day tick up, and then went down some more, and then did, after went down a little bit more over a day or two, traded sideways for a little bit, went up a little bit, and then came down some more, and then price started really running in January. Same pattern setup on that as right now is occurring. Same exact pattern. The exchange reported short interest, I don't normally show this, but this is that exchange reported short interest that is causing our, I'm going to get rid of all these other lines, our exchange reported short interest that's causing the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise. They made an adjustment. They thought, apparently Ortex must have thought that there was more short interest or less short interest than what was being reported, actually being reported. So they had to make a modification. This is the reason why we went from 17.67% short share interest of the free float to 18.4, so rising nearly a full percent. So there's obviously more short interest than they thought that there was, but it's still within their bands, their margin of error. Security lending volume was down day over day, and we are not on the threshold list. This is a new screen that a lot of you guys were asking for in regards to failure to delivers. For the 13th, I've highlighted it right here. We don't have a whole lot of shares due today or tomorrow or the next day. So we wouldn't be looking at like maybe a hike in price again until perhaps Thursday. So, or let me see. Let's see, this is today. It would be the 15th. Yeah, the 15th. So we wouldn't be looking at any kind of attempts to try and buy shares at market price until the 15th for them to settle for the 18th's data. So I don't expect to see a whole lot of price movement again. I know I said this yesterday, but I really don't expect to see a whole lot of price movement upwards today. I don't see a whole lot of pressure here. I don't see a lot of pressure being applied, especially going into the next day, which is failure to delivers is really, really low. Yesterday, AMC came in 7th most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity, based off of orders. We had a 46% buy to 54% sell. We've been struggling a little bit on our buy to sell ratios. I do believe that some of our buying pressure has been heading over to GME just because GME has been spiked up for a while. I'd say that we've lost probably about 10 to 20% of it. Because normally we would, if you added an additional 20% to 46, you'd be at 66% buys. So I think we're really close to somewhere between 10 and 20% of our volume, buying volume pressure has gone over to GME, and it will probably continue to stay there until the 18th, due to the fact that people are probably trying to make money on that. They want to make money on the stock split. So GME is down here, 10th most heavily traded, with a 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. They've been ranging around 80% buys, which is 20% higher than what they normally range around. So I definitely think that some of the orders have switched off of AMC and that buying pressure has moved over to GME. SSR trigger price for the day today is $14.04. Shares having been borrowed as of this morning. It looks like they've borrowed most of the 1.3 million shares that were available, or 1.4 million shares that were available. Let's get a number though. Total amount of shares borrowed yesterday was 1.05 million. Let's see what we've got here. I'm coming up with 1.43 million, 1.438. I'm going to round up on this one. It's closer to 1.5 than it is 1.4. So 1.5 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. That's definitely elevated. Fees are at 9.6%. Currently, we have 508.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 79.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 164.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65,000 contracts that are in the money. One thing I want to remind you guys is that the reason these numbers are so high is because there's some yearlies that are expiring here. And what I want you to remember is that the theta, or the time to decay that has occurred on a lot of these positions, just because they're in the money doesn't necessarily mean that they're making money. They could be in the money right now, but my guess is that they would, because of time decay, it's been an entire year. Those positions, a lot of them that are in the money, are probably not really, quote unquote, in the money. The actual strike price has been met, but it may not necessarily be in the money. $14.04 is SSR, so I'm gonna move that real quick while I'm thinking about it. Eastern side of the world, looks like the markets were doing a little bit better. Some red, some green. So kind of a mixed night day for some of you. The VIX is up. Oh no, sorry, I'm not gonna. That's yesterday's data. Tesla is up in the pre-market 0.27. Amazon is up 0.38. Cinemark is up 1.43. Doge is up 2.84. Bitcoin is up 2.61. GME is up 0.36. HYMC is down 0.94. Hood is up 0.6. NCMI is down 0.01. And AMC is down 0.45 in the pre-market. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was a $24 million difference with more outflow. So far this morning, we've had 16.79 thousand shares having been traded. I tried to make a change 2 days ago on volume predictions. because I got 3 days wrong last week, and I thought maybe I'll adjust a little, and so I got Monday's volume prediction wrong. I was like, screw it, I'm going back to the way that I normally do volume predictions. Uh, so I went back and ended up being wrong again. So it almost feels like there's a little bit of in betweenness that I need to kind of account for. I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try. But we do have 8 more minutes until we have our pokey stick of volume here, and we'll take a look at what that looks like here in just a minute. As soon as we get there, on the weekly, actually, I'll get rid of this. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.94, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.83, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.11, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.32, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.81, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on the 1 hour. The lagging line is, well, hold on a second here. The lagging line is above the price line. That's good. Price is above the conversion line, which is good. Conversion line is above the baseline, but is dropping down towards the baseline. Not necessarily a good sign, but it is still technically above the baseline, which is positive. So let's take a look at the 4 hour. Oh, and price is above the cloud. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. Lagging line is above price line, conversion line is above baseline, and price is above the cloud. But all along the way, price has been touching this conversion line, which is usually a sign of be careful. This could have a reversal at any moment. So it's giving very strong signals of a potential reversal incoming. And I usually say that price likes to drop down through the red, or sorry, likes to drive up through red and down through green. So we've got a thin green point right here to drop through. We also have a thin green point going into next week as well. The price down here on the bottom side of the cloud would be around $13. Ironically, no ironic. There's nothing ironic about that at all. Our high right now is $16.14. For synthetic price failure to occur, actually, let me talk about that here in just a second. What I want to show you right now is on the daily. We are getting super close to breaking out. We actually touched the 15 mark that I have up here for the top side of this bullish triangle. And then we bounce right off of it. That's our third touch point. Usually it breaks through after the next one. So we may see a little bit of a retracement in price here, and then maybe a pop back up and a breakout. It might be at the very back end of my box here. Let's see what's next. All right. There was something else I was going to say here. Oh, man, I'm having a day. I'm having a birthday. I don't remember what I was gonna say. See, this is old age kicking in here. Right? Everybody, this is what old age looks like. Don't get old. Senior moment. Let's see here. Thank you, Roseanne. Appreciate it. Caitlin says Bank of AMC coming soon. That would be cool. Francis says Hood's asking people to lend their shares. I can only imagine why. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna ruin this name. Kakichi? Thank you for the happy birthday, witches. Sorry if I destroyed that name. Randy says, "Morning, Casey. What does it mean if of all the barcode after hours?" I don't call this barcoding. I mean, I see what you're talking about back here in regards to like this right here. I guess this would probably be barcoding. But if you're talking about what's happening right now, I call these rabbit pellets. And I think basically what's going on with these rabbit pellets is no liquidity. And every time you watch shares get borrowed in the morning, it typically starts to actually start trade. Excuse me. Woo. But the barcoding in the after hours, I think they're just trying to suppress as much activity and price movement as possible. They're just done trading for the day, and they just let it just kind of run out. Uh, I don't think there's any kind of like real position changes here, and so they're just letting algorithmic computers just basically trade out slowly. It's it's just there's no activity. That's all. We're getting our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume here. We had 54,000. No, we didn't. We had 20 something thousand going into it. It's about 37,000 shares, so it means, let me do some math here. We had about 17,000 shares going into the pokey stick of volume. Let's see. So, I mean, I'm just gonna have to say 20 to 40 million. Let me adjust just a little. I'm gonna say 20. I'm gonna try to adjust my volume prediction here to try and capture both ends. So I'm gonna say 20. Let me look at something real quick. I'll just say 30 to 50. 30 to 50 million. All right, Danny, thank you. It's the epic birthday song. it has my it has my name in there. Kinda. Thank you, Haze Monster. I hope we all enjoy that trip. Yeah, Trent says 17K to 54K. This is correct. What is that? Is that a double double? Hold on a second. 34. Yeah, it's a double double. Can't math this morning. Of course, it's a double double. We should get CPI data here in just a little bit. Some of you guys are reporting numbers already. Let me refresh and see what from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. It says 8:30. 8:30. The charts are showing up here. Yeah, I don't see anything posted on their website as of yet. Where's MGTO? Is MGTO here? I feel like I should start calling him MGTO. Like it's like it's a quick name. MGTO. Like it's like sounds like a DC character name. Like Magneto, but MGTO. Hey, thanks, Micah. Appreciate it. Nosa, I'm completely. I've, I don't. I don't think I've stated it publicly on the YouTube channel, but I'm avoiding the drama, and I'm not. I lent myself to those who are pushing DRS. I lent myself to them and said I was willing to talk about it, and I was ignored and told that I was just trying to spread FUD. And so then when I talked about it on my channel, suddenly it became an issue, and everybody wanted to make drama. So I think what I'm going to do, Nosa, is I'm just going to fall silent at this point, because when I was willing to talk about it, they weren't willing to talk with me. So I can only do what I can do. But when people threaten me, I don't take kindly to that. And I was threatened. I was threatened with ultimatums, and when that happens, Nosa, I don't like it. I don't respond to threats. Um, I just don't. I see you as a toxic person when you try to threaten people, and I'm gonna ignore you. And that's the treatment that you're going to get. You'll get ignored. And that's kind of how I view pretty much anything regarding this play. When I see people who are within the community who are trying to create grief, strife, and problems, I ignore you. I don't want to have anything to do with you. You're not part of a community. You're separating yourself as a problem maker. So I'm ignoring. There was a point in time to where I was willing to talk, but we're well beyond that now. Well beyond it. Pro Jeweler says, Casey, quick question about the CTB. If a share's cost to borrow is 10% and the share trading for 1, then the share is 1.1 cost. And what about the fees? Should be the same. But don't forget that cost to borrow, I believe, is a yearly cost, right? So it's going to be it's like interest on a loan. Yo, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. You want? Oh man, I almost spit my coffee out. You don't. You want the beard to be green. I can tell what it is you want. Froggy, I appreciate the fact that you're here. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to talk. I've collected your messages, and if I showed everybody here what it is that you've said to me privately, I think everybody would understand what I'm saying by you threatening me. And you know that. And I'm not going to post it. Those are private messages between you and I. But you know what you said. And I'm not going to entertain anything that you have to say. If there's going to be any discussion between you, me, it's going to have a third party, neutral party that is going to mediate because I will not be threatened. And that's what you did. And I can prove it. It's your own words. I've got it written in writing. You can't walk away from what you said. But I wanted you to see, Froggy, that I haven't. It's not like I've silenced you. I haven't turned you away. I did take you off of. I did take you off of my Discord. Um, you know, I can understand. I think you could probably understand why I did that. But I didn't. I didn't silence you on the channel or anything like that. I didn't block you on Twitter. But you know what I've done for the community, Froggy. Um, you know firsthand that I tried to save your ass. You had a known virus on your computer who somebody could have very easily been keylogging and getting information. I helped save this community, and I was looking out for people, right? And then you treated me the way that you treated me, and there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse. So I'm done. I'm not going to be talking about it. No, I'm not. I'm not going to ban them. See, that's the thing, guys, is that the open dialogue was there. I had plenty of opportunity to have open dialogue between me and Froggy. I was never an enemy. I was never, I tried to show him what was going on, and that's I didn't attack you, Froggy. I told you that I had a difference of opinion all week last week before I went on my vacation, Froggy. People were asking me, "What are we gonna do when you're gone, Casey? Who are we gonna go talk to? Who are we gonna watch? What are we gonna do?" And I listed your name several times last week before I went on my vacation. I had mentioned that you were somebody that people could go to in the community, even though you're saying that people should DRS their shares, and I don't agree with that. I still told people that they could go to you as a person to listen to. But you think that I'm out to get you, and I'm not. I'm not out to get you. There's so many much bigger fish to fry here, and and it's like you just ignored me. You ignored me. I tried to give you facts. I gave you tons of facts, none of which you ever once rebutted. Not a single. You never had a rebuttal to a single piece of information. Not a single rebuttal once. And then you come at me and start asking me for more information. And when I didn't give it to you because I had already given it to you, you throw your hands up in the air and act like a little baby and say like, I don't know what the heck's going on here. You don't have any rebuttal to my things. And it's like, I looked at CMKM or whatever, KMCM or whatever it is. I looked at it. I went and looked at the information you asked me to look at, and I gave you a rebuttal to that, and you still had nothing. Nothing. All of this is in writing, and you tell me that and then you call operators on a phone, and then you take their word over terms of service, and it boggles my mind, man. It really boggles my mind. But anyways, I'm gonna move on, Froggy. As I said to you in my last tweet message in DM to you, I'm going to just read it verbatim here. Good luck to you, Froggy. That's it. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Um, I'd love to read your last comment to me, but there's kids listening. MG2, I've been looking for you. I was looking for you. So I got a question for you because the whole fridge thing is kind of perplexing me a little bit. So I replaced the starting relay, right? And the fridge started working fine again. So my question is if the new starter relay starts clicking again and starting to act like the old starter relay where it's not kicking over, what would that possibly mean? My wife is on here. She says, "On the next episode as the world turns." She's so right. Avoid the drama. She's so right. Just avoid it. There's no sense in having drama. We have institutions who are against us on both sides, both the long and the short positions are against us. We've got the SEC who's not really on our side, even though they say they are. We've got the feds who aren't on our side. We've got the government in general who's not really on our side. In some instances, they kind of are on our side because they're buying some of the shares. They're telling their constituents they're like, hey, if you put your teachers fund in this stock, you could probably help out your pension plans for your teachers pension plans. It's like go buy AMC. So, but nobody's on our side. Nobody's really technically on our side except for us. And my wife, she's so smart. She's so smart. You just avoid the drama. No, Cuddy Cut. I'm actually 46. Ugh, it's terrible. It's like once you break that 45, you're that much closer to the other side. I just want to mention, since I'll take this opportunity to let you guys know, I don't block freedom. I have freedom of speech on this channel. I heavily protect it. If you guys want to block that person so that you don't see what it is that they're saying, that's entirely your choice. And all you have to do that is you can just click on the three buttons next to their name, and you can hide the user from the channel, and you no longer see what it is they're writing. Tafami Islamov. I've never seen your name before. This is the first time I'm seeing it. I've come on your show plenty, Casey, and have been very kind, and you have never once acknowledged my existence. You cater to your tight-knit peeps. That's very interesting. I've never seen the name before. But I will say this. I know I've had other people who have come on and mentioned things about comments not being able to be seen. I'm not going to say who it is, but there's multiple people that have done that. If you're posting like links in your messages, they'll show up for you, but not for me. So be careful when you're writing messages because those messages do show up for you, like I said, but I don't see them. Nobody else sees them except for you. So just be careful when you're posting messages that they don't have like some kind of link attached to them or something like that. That could be part of the reason. But I saw your message just now, and I responded pretty much as many people as I possibly can. Manjit says your wife is a very smart woman. Leave the drama behind, and the best thing to do is walk away from it. Learn that lesson, but I learned it a little late in my life. It's so true. It's so true. Ariel, I was watching Boss Vid's video last night. I think I got up. Hold on. I know I watched the whole. Well, I didn't watch it. I was listening to it, the whole thing. You know, it's really funny. Pantheon told me about the video starting at 8:30, and so I went there 8:30, and then I think I went there 8:37, and I couldn't see it live. It wasn't until after his video had ended, several hours later, that I saw it pop up on the thing. So I'm not sure why I couldn't see his videos live, but I just couldn't. And but I was listening to it as I went to bed. I didn't get very far into the video, unfortunately, before I passed out, but I did listen to part of it. Brandon says Casey also can't see messages when he's doing numbers if you posted it. Yeah, if you guys don't ever see the big tramp on the screen, the rider big tramp that I'm riding around in here, then I probably didn't see your message. Uh, as you know, just saying. Amy, thank you so much. So Amy's saying, "Happy birthday, Casey. I was walking my dogs and I couldn't hear your show over the traffic. I hate to make you repeat yourself on your birthday, but could you tell me today's price target for AMC?" I don't have a price target yet, Amy. I usually put in my price target about 15 minutes before market opens, and that's that's usually when I put mine in. Some of the other guys like Keto and uh, Monty put theirs in like usually around right about now. We got about 8 more minutes until we get that, Ariel. It seems like it might be a little late for that CPI poll. Yes, I will. Apex, I will. I'm saying I feel you earlier you said I call you Apex and I feel like I'm saying Apex, but maybe it sounds like Apex. It all sounds the same. Let's see here. I've got the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics up right now, and I'm refreshing it, and I don't see any new data listed just yet. I'll also list it here so you guys can pull it up as well if you want to see it. Caitlin, I've talked about DRS so many times it's not even funny. I'll tell you what. The one time that I was trying to call them, and it wasn't even during a kind of there was like no activity, like no strange activity. It was just like a normal trading day. Um, and I was trying to sell my position. I had called them up to ask a question just before I sold the position because I wanted to ask one more question, and I actually got through on the chat. So I'm just going to say this for anybody who does hold their shares through computer share. Try using their chat system online because you tend to get a little bit faster response through that chat system than you do through calling them. Calling them seems to take forever. Like I think I was on the phone for over 15 minutes before I got a response at all. So, and I already had the question resolved online. So just throwing that out there in case you guys want to, you know, little cheat sheet there. Throw it on the cheat sheet of yours. If you do have shares through computer share, try using that chat box. It usually pops up when you're on their website. It'll pop up and say like if you need help, just uh, you can just ask a question through their chat hotline. Hey, thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. But Donkey Kong says, "Why are you ignoring the elephant in the room? Your birthday is a huge catalyst." I wish. CPE, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I figured you were just playing Apex. Abby says, Casey, any thoughts on how the SPY run or dip is going to affect AMC? I think we're running almost exactly parallel with how the market's performing as of right now. So if the market starts to take a dip, I think we'll go with it. It may not be as drastic, but I think we will. Maggie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. The wife just walked in the door, Jay. So the drinky drink's on the way. She just started laughing in the background. The wife is on the way. The drink is on the way. Good morning. Yo says 1976. I almost put it in the title today. I almost put 1976 and the beard goes green. And then I thought, no, I don't want to do that because I don't want people to think that I'm like trying to advertise like we have to get to 1976. I don't want people to think that that's what I'm trying to push for. It's almost like one of those it's this, it's almost like it's a date. Here's a date. And the only date we have around here is 2 weeks. Yep, I am reporting on the C as soon as I get it, as soon as it rolls in here. I am refreshing every once in a while here on the CPI data. I don't see it yet. I just refreshed. Actually, you know what? let's put it on the main screen here and minimize just a tad bit. And I did include the link as well up top for you guys. But this is the link is up top to see the data. I don't see the release on this. It says 8:30 a.m. so it should be in about 3 minutes. Twilight Zone says, hi, what do you think of MMAT? If you're asking me about, so Twilight, welcome to the channel, first of all. But if you're asking about other tickers, I don't cover other tickers, but if there's specific information that you want to see, I will definitely talk about that for you. I'll give you that information. I do have an Ortex subscription, and I'm more than willing to give that information to you if it'll help you to make a decision. But I don't typically cover other positions, other plays. Um, I gotta stick to my guns, Keto. I mean, if I start silencing people, you have, oh, you don't have that ability as a moderator, do you? If you do it, if you silence him, then I think he goes into a quiet box. I I would like to, but I have this very firm belief that we've got to have freedom of speech. Unfortunately, the moderators on here are going to have to see it, because if you silence him, then I think he goes into a quiet box. Yeah, Jay, I'm gonna sit here and wait for it. I'll wait for that release, that news release to come through. You may actually see the news release on a news posting. I'm simply just going to the United States Department of Labor for the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I'm looking for the data there. I would think that would be the first place you would see the numbers go through. Although it seems like on every occasion in the past, every time this, oh look, in June, here it is right here. In June, the consumer price index for all urban consumers rose 1.3%, seasonally adjusted, and rose 9.1% over the last 12 months. Not seasonally adjusted, the index for all items less food and energy increased 0.7% in June, up 5.9% over the year. There it is. That's the data. Cheers, hun, to a higher CPI of 9.1%. Yay. Economy sucks. What's that? Yeah, thank you, hon. Appreciate it. I love her. Duncan says, looks like with all their borrowing, they are preparing for a volatile day today. Did they borrow some more? Let me just check it out real quick here. But there you guys have it, 9.1%. It was funny because I had somebody send me a message last night saying that there were reports of a 10% number that was floating around in some kind of false report. And I said, so what's it going to be, 9% then? Looks like I was pretty darn close. Yep, 9.1% over the last 12 months. Let's see. And I have Drinky Drink. Drinky Drink is here. Yes, Abby, absolutely. That's actually kind of what I'm looking for. Is I'm waiting to see the general market to go down, and then margin calls to start rolling in. And when those margin calls do start rolling in, the attempts to meet collateral requirements will not be met, and then uh, you'll start seeing squeeze plays happening all over the place. It won't just be AMC. Looks like if it is indeed a bloody day today, guys, then you can probably be assured that I was off by one day on my 10% number. Slider MV says the SPY is dumping. Let's take a look at it real quick. 1.5. It is definitely taking a tanking here. 1.42, 1.3. It's actually kind of moving up a little bit. It is touching the bottom side of the 3 Sigma Bollinger Bands here. MGTO says, hey Casey, some compressors have an internal overload that resets itself, not replaceable. So what you're telling me is that if it goes out again, then there's something inside that compressor that's jacked up. Gotcha. It's not something, it's the internal overload. Okay. That helps me out. I appreciate it a lot. It means that I may end up having a bad compressor, which may be the reason why the start relay went out in the first place. Just my luck. So much for good luck on my birthday. Is my boring going to speak today? Who's boring? Active says break time. You know what? I agree with you, but just give me just a few more minutes here. I'm gonna go 6 more minutes. Duncan says biggest institutions anticipated 8.7 and 8.9, and we got 9.1. Monty, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You know, I don't do this enough. I was listening to Pantheon the other night, and he gave a shout out to all his moderators. I've got 3 people here that I gotta shout out, and it's not just those 3 moderators. It's all the moderators that I have on here that are awesome. They get nothing. You get nothing, sir. But you come in every single day and you put in a price prediction, and I thank you for that, Monty. Thank you very, very much. Every single day you faithfully come in and you put in a price prediction, even though you get nothing out of it right now. But I guarantee you, Monty, you just wait. You just wait, because I am going to pay off those debts and beers that I owe to everybody in the group who's doing price predictions in the end. So, just wait, because you're going to have a kegerator just waiting for you. It's going to be a lifetime supply of your favorite beer. I got you down 13.15 to 16.15. Thank you, sir. Gino, thank you so much for the happy birthday. I am not drinking my birthday beer. I'm actually drinking. My wife actually got me into this drink a while back. It's rum and Dr. Pepper. I think that might be like an official Texas sweet tea when you're not drinking sweet tea. It's a pretty dang good drink. Yeah, Arthur, I did that. I cleaned out. That was one of the first things I did. And Yo's saying thermal overload. That's my fear. Yo, that's completely my fear, is that it is, because the compressor was hot to the touch when I came home. When I first started diagnosing everything, it was hot to the touch. The fans are working just fine on the back of the fridge to cool it down. So I do think that is some kind of a thermal overload. Amy's asking, is HYMC a squeeze play? One second. That's a great question. I know I've looked it up in the past, but let me just check something out real quick here. I'm just gonna say whether or not, because it does relate to AMC, I'm just gonna say whether or not it is a squeeze potential possibility. In regards to shorts, the short interest on that is 4.85, so it's very, very low. Let's see here. The numbers that you're seeing for Ortex right now are the numbers for HYMC. Let me see. what was the exchange reported short interest on this not long ago though? It was as high as 21%, and then it immediately started dropping after the run up of the initial purchase, which means shorts were closing as many positions as possible. But the question is there still more short positions out there? The shares on loan is 8.21 million out of a float of 153 million. So it's not very high. Like, you know, it's 4.85%. That was the dumbest thing for me to do. So the very first thing I do, and I'll just kind of go over this with you. The very first thing I do to see how many synthetic shares are potential shares that are out there in existence is I take their average 3-month volume divided by their free float, and it gives you a very good idea of how many synthetics may be in existence. So let's go ahead and do that. 10.85 divided by their free float, which is 153.15. And then you multiply that by 100. That's 7% of their total 7.08% of their total volume is traded on a daily 3-month average basis. Anything higher than 6% is high, which means that there's still a lot of synthetic shares that are in existence. You're getting a lot of residual volume that shouldn't be here. Like normal stocks don't trade this high unless people are massively selling off their positions. And I don't think that's the case here at all. So the answer to your question is yes, the short interest is low on this right now at 4.85%, but it was really high. Excuse me. It was really high leading up to after it ran. After AMC bought into it, it got as high as 21.98%. But it looks like they tried to close out as many positions as they possibly could in fear that the thing was going to run again. But does that mean that? I mean, let me just pull this up for you so you can see this. They're hiding everything into security lending. When you see this picture that I'm about to show you, it's going to explain everything to you. Look at the security lending volume prior to the run up. I have to copy this picture because otherwise when I hover over it, look at this right here. This is the run up right here. This is where AMC bought in, right there. Look at the security lending volume that started to occur afterwards. They're hiding the short interest in short-term loans. So, I mean, because you can see there was no security lending back here at all. It's like flatline dead. They're hiding the short interest in loans that are short term. So yes, I do think that this is a squeeze play. That's pretty massive. Let's check one more thing. It's a weird kind of squeeze play though. This is not what I would see as a traditional squeeze play. Trying to think how to put this. Let me look at one more thing. Give me 1 second. One second. I'm losing you guys. Come on, Fintel. All right. So here's the problem. This is the massive elephant in the room in regards to HYMC. And I would say this for any other position out there. The very first thing you should always look at, and I know I didn't just do that first, but the very first thing that you should always look at is how much institutional ownership there is out there. In HYMC's particular case, there's only 11.11% ownership by institutions. And the reason that I say that this is so important is because there's two different scenarios that in a technical squeeze play, there's two different scenarios you don't want to have happen. You don't want to have low institutional ownership, and you don't want to have high institutional ownership. The sweet range is somewhere between 30 and 60%. And the reason that I say that is that anything over 60% means that you're going to be at risk of them turning you into a bag holder. And anything under 11% or 10% rather is you sitting on a bicycle without a chain and spinning your tires as fast as you can. There's not going to be any buying pressure unless institutions have ownership in the company. Because who pushes price? Institutions do. They're the ones who push the price. We don't push price. Institutions push price. They're the ones with algorithmic trading abilities to compete against keeping price down. So in HYMC's position, I would say that no, fundamentally from a perspective, from a retail perspective, this is not a squeeze play. Does that mean that it's not squeezable? No, it doesn't, because there's actually, like I just showed you, evidence that there's plenty of synthetic shares out there in existence to create a squeeze play out of it. It's just that there's no institutional backing. Without that institutional backing, you have nothing. Unless, this is a big unless, get ready for this, unless somebody were to purchase all of the shares or complete ownership of the company. That's a massive if. Massive. I will say this. I think AMC owns around 50 million shares of HYMC. The free float's 153 million shares. Adam Aron said not too long ago that they've got $100 million that they're willing to, in their war chest, to invest in or towards something. He didn't say what. If they already own 50 out of the 153 million shares that are there, and they have $100 million and the price is about $1 a share, the question then becomes, could they buy the entire float? Am I saying that's going to happen? No. Be very careful about what it is I'm saying. I'm not trying to tell you that that's going to be the plan here. I'm just saying that the float could easily be bought up by a single individual. It wouldn't take that much money. I know $100 million seems like a lot, but it's really not that much. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break here. Let me just catch up real quick on what you guys are writing. Want to make sure I didn't miss like Keto's price prediction. Forrest says, "Whose birthday?" It's mine. It's Thick's. Thick's birthday is today too. James, I'm gonna go do that right now. MG Toe, let me read what you're saying. Adjust the cold control temp setting shortly after the compressor shuts off. Can cause a no start, no time delay relay. Cap tube system allow pressure to equalize gradually a few minutes. It did. It took a little while and it did finally kick back over again. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break. I hope Keto's okay. I haven't seen Keto all day long today. If you guys If you guys saw Keto write in a message with his price prediction, let me know, because I didn't see it. He's usually pretty good. He has been coming in a little bit later lately, so maybe he'll come in a little bit and put his price prediction in here. But I don't see it right now. Still looking. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, guys. I'm gonna head to break here. Adjourn. We had the reports for CPI come in. We're at 9.1%. It didn't look good, and I would imagine that the market was reacting to that. Yeah, beer comes in and says CPI numbers. Damn. You know what? I'm gonna edit the title. I'm gonna edit the title today. I'm gonna put Berthier CPI 9.1%. We. All right, there we go. I'll see you guys in a little bit here. I'm gonna go ahead and put up the message when I'll be back, and I will see you guys in a little bit. And let me get you guys some music. Alrighty, guys. See you in just a little.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
I'm back. I didn't even realize that song was about ready to end. How you guys doing? Good to be back here. We got about 15 minutes before market open. CPI data, in case you weren't aware, is 9.1%. Whee! Oh man, you gotta love this market. Sammy Boy says, "Oh, Sammy Boy, I did not put it up on the Discord. Dang it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do it right now. Why not? Give me 1 second because I did not put it up on the Discord. Um, hold on. Wow, I don't see your messages. Give me 1 second. I'm looking. Ah, there they are. I'm gonna try and do them in order. Number one. Let me just try to figure out where I'm gonna put them at exactly. Because it's not like TA or DD. And I don't want to put them under miscellaneous. I think you're going to get your own channel. And I'm going to call the channel name Ape News. So Sammy, due to you, Ape News has got its own channel now. I just posted the first one. Give me just a second here while I post the rest of them. I know there's only 4, but it does take me a few seconds because I'm slow. I'm 46 years freaking old. It takes me a minute. Gosh, man. I haven't even read your first one. I want to read that. Jay's already posting in there. That's old news. Let's see here. I'm trying to get to your more recent ones. Number 2. You know, you should just be a part of the where's the second one? I'll go back in and fix it if I have to. Give me just one more minute here, guys. I know I'm kind of like boring you guys, but this is something that I said I was going to do yesterday and I completely spaced on it. There we go. I think all of them are in now. Alrighty. Let's see here. I'm gonna start with Duncan says, when does the rate hike set to be? Olin says, happy birthday, Casey. Thank you, Olin. I appreciate it. Don't forget to wish Thick a happy birthday. It's also his birthday as well. Niall says 46 is young. You know, the interesting thing about that, Niall, is that my wife and I were talking about perspective. And she's like, I bet your grandma, who's like over 90 years old, I bet she doesn't think 46 is very old. And she's like, you should call her. You should call her and ask her, like, what does she remember from 46? LA, thank you very much. Look at the dip on Bitcoin. Okay, it may be happening early. I figured it would hang out in the 90 point or 19.7 range for a little bit before dipping underneath 19.4. That's not actually occurring. It does look a little bit different than last time. A need for collateral may be needed here. Interesting. VIX is not good. VIX at 4.21%. Good call. Good call. Who said that? MGTO. Ross is asking, is Bitcoin dipped to cover the incoming margin calls? Collateral is always needed. Whenever collateral is needed and you start seeing Bitcoin drop or any, it's not necessarily just Bitcoin, Ross. I want to make that as a statement. It's all cryptocurrencies. If you see across the board cryptocurrencies dropping, I would suggest that more collateral is probably needed. They've already started, Sammy boy. Let me tell you, the birthday drinks have already started. If I'm slurring my words or acting a little funky, the drinky drink has started already. Curtis says, happy birthday, Casey. Get a shout out from Charles Payne for guessing correct CPI. I didn't want to be right. Congratulations, Curtis, on getting the CPI right. Yay. R. Yale says, oh, to be 46 again. For those of you who are older than 46, what advice do you have for a 46-year-old person? Beach guys reminding me that we have 7 minutes until opening bell. So thank you for that. I need to get my price prediction in for the day today. I personally believe we still are heading in a downwards movement in price. I'm probably going to stem 1404 is SSR trigger price. I'm going to probably add $1.50 to 1404 and call that the middle ground. My price prediction for the day today is going to be 1404 to 1704. Actually, you know what? Let me change that just slightly. 1375 to 1675. I have a funny feeling here. I'm going to stick with it. 1375 to 1675. Did anybody see Keto come in and put in a message? Steve, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Ariel says, don't make stupid emotional decisions and finish stuff that takes physical energy around the house. You know, Ariel, that is probably that's probably some of the best advice I could possibly receive. That resonates really well with me. Yo says, slap that SSR and then rock it up to 1976. BioLife Hemp says, stay humble, but in that one instant when you must react, destroy. Then they will understand why you stay humble. I understand what it is you're saying, sir. Thank you. Sammy Boy says, Casey, as 46, now is better time than ever to appreciate all the small things in life. Life is a trip to enjoy little good deeds. Also buy more AMC. These stupid appliances in my house, man, they're killing me. You know, Steve is saying advice, celebrate your 46th birthday from now on. Every year you'll be 46. Steve, my wife asked me, she said, what do you want for your 46th birthday? And I said, to pretend like it never happened. That was my choice. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Sammy says 1480 to 1620. Jay says he saw ketos. All right, tell me what keto. Okay, 1413 to 1713. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that. And yo, also thank you for the 1413 or 1417 to. Wait, now I'm confused. There's different numbers floating around here. Mysterious Motorsports says, if a spider runs across your bed, buy a new bed. Myself says, Casey, listen to the song Everybody's Free to Wear Sunscreen. I'll check it out. Hold on a second. I got to write it down. Hold on. 1 second. Let me write that down. Isma, Isla Lamef says, who's ready for the bloodbath? Let's go. Buying the dips. Plenty dry powder. Heck yeah, man. And this is the second time I've seen your message pop up here, so this is a good thing. We're on a good roll here. Let's keep this up. Hey, Casey, you're at a pivotal age. Other than coffee and your wife, identify any consumption addictions you have remaining and eliminate them. Keep them only if you don't. Only if you don't. Where's the next part? Keep them only if you don't want to see 50. I'm going to keep them, MGTO. I'm going to keep them for a while. Who wants to live forever? It's time to get this market started, guys. Islam F says I love beer markets, not beer markets. Let's get this thing started here. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We're transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angel. Lonely as I am, together we cry. Drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. And I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever want to the place I love, take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love, take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe there's nobody
Yeah, here we go.
I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, 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 yeah, yeah. Love me, I say, yeah, yeah. One time. Is where I drew some blood. I could not get enough. Forgot about my love. I gave my life away. Where I stay.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. I couldn't contain myself. I was sitting there laughing like, who was it that said, Dogfan84 says, Casey, you're playing the air drums in the air. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm convulsing. Convulsing. I'm sitting here just rocking out. I'm going like, yeah, this is good stuff. I love that song. I don't know what it is about it. I just love it. It is an amazing song to me. Can't get enough. But there is something else that I'm supposed to play here. Where did it go? Is this it? Oh yeah, this is it. Here we go. Had a hard time finding it. 1 minute of and 15 seconds of your guys' life. I was told I need to play this, so here we go. Here we go.
It's your birthday today. Casey! It's your birthday today. Casey! Rock and roll and celebrate. Celebrate, we lose control and you cut the cake. Cut that cake. Night is yours. Destiny awaits. Oh, wait with so me. Share toast with your closest mates. It's your birthday today. Casey!
Yeah!
It's your birthday today. Casey!
Yeah!
Grab your goodie bags. Open your gifts.
Oh, yes!
Blow out your candles.
That was pretty funny. Thank you. I appreciate that, Danny. That was hilarious. I had no idea what I was in store for there. That's pretty good. I like that. Kizzy! Oh, that's good stuff. We should add a little note, little preface in there at the very end. Goes Thick. It is Thick's birthday as well, guys. Let's not just forget don't forget about me. Forget about me. It's Thick's birthday too. Wish him a happy birthday. Love you, man. Love you, Thick. Twins. Long time ago, Thick posted a picture of in a private DM to me with a picture of him and me. I was on Arnold's head and he was on Danny DeVito's head. And I said, you know, something tells me that you've got that backwards. I think I should be on Danny DeVito and you should probably be on Arnold. But he posted that to me and he said, we're twins. So happy birthday, Thick. Sammy Boy says, who did that? I have no idea. Danny was the one that posted the link. I don't know who did it though. We got about 20 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers again. And I'm sitting here sucking back some Dr. Pepper and rum. So if you guys wonder like what the heck's going on with Casey Wisey, a little bit more different than usual, more lively, more boisterous, that is the reason why the Drinky Drink Wednesday is a little extra strong today. My wife handed it to me and I started drinking. I was about a third of the way done through the cup. And I said, you know what? This isn't quite strong enough. And she goes, it's your birthday. I didn't want you to be all sloshed for later today. And I said, well, it needs more. so I added a little bit more rum to it. It's a little extra spicy. Olin says, I think he meant, what say you, Casey? 75 basis points. I'm going to go with, you know, I had said that the only way that I'm going to go 50 basis points is if they see CPI basically staying the same at 8.6, there's no way. 9.1, 75 basis points at least, at the very least. Danny says, I didn't make it on YouTube. Just type in epic birthday and a name. If the name you're looking for doesn't pop up, they have a general version. It was close enough. It worked for me, Danny. I liked it. That was funny as hell, man. Appreciate that. Oh man, Thick woke up with back pains. Well, welcome to the old age, buddy. uh, you're hitting the age where you get to say like, yeah, I got this pain and my spleen. Yeah, I can feel my spleen now. I'm telling you, man. I forget what age it is that you said that you were, but I'm telling you, when you start hitting 35 plus, you start feeling things hurting that you've never felt hurt before. It's gonna happen. Olin Smith says agree. Stockwiz says I want 200 basis points. Um, I mean, if they really wanted to kick it in the pants, that'd be what they do. But the problem is that they're looking for a soft landing, Stockwiz, and the only way that you're really going to get a soft landing is by slow increases. That, to be very quite frank and honest with you, I agree with what it is that you're saying with the 200 basis points. The problem is that that would be a massive shock to the market, and it would destroy it. The idea here that they're looking for is you know a slow controlled crash, or in other words, aka soft landing. But you know that's not going to happen. Last night when I was listening to Boss Blunts, he said that the analysts are saying that there's a 10% chance that we have a soft landing. 10%. So, yeah. Tran, thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes. Thick as at a cockle age. Who even knows what that is? Thick says I stood up and had to sit back down. Oh man, that's hilarious. Steve says, "Oh my prostate." I haven't had one of those done yet. I'm 46. I think I'm 6 years past due. I think my prostate's okay. I don't want to go get it done. Duncan says revision of the CAT exemptions already in place and delay of full implementation until July 31st, 2024. Insane. He's providing a link to that. Let me pop it open here real quick here and just look at it. No, that's definitely Securities and Exchange Commission notice. Yeah, that's probably going to take me some time to read through. Holy moly. How many pages is this thing? Oh my gosh. 36 pages. All right. Looks like I got some reading to do here. That's not going to happen right now. Gee whiz. No. I'm just kind of I'm reading from the bottom up on this one. I can tell you right now this is going to be somebody else that goes through this DD right here. This is crazy. Third order to provide this exemptive relief until July 31st, 2024, and to replace the conditions set forth in the second order with the following conditions. Oh my gosh. When was this released? Hold on a second here. July 8th, 2022. So this was released 5 days ago. 8. Yeah, 5 days ago. Wow. Duncan said, heavy reading and too complex for me. It's not too complex for me. It just takes too much time. There's people with more patience than I have. What is the cockle age? 50. Because I haven't gotten there yet. Mysterious Motorsport says, kick the Fed in the nuts for a soft landing. But Donkey Kong says Casey wanted a hot Koch watch for his birthday with a little bit of a twist of cockle. One of those watches where you have to twist it to get the cockle to start winding up. GD says you can poop in the bad and mail it in until you're 50. I don't know what that means. I think he meant bed, but I'm not positive. Apex says I'll die without ever having a prostate exam. Don't take my lead by example. Go get your medical checkups done. Box. You can poop in a box and mail it until you're 50. MGTO says, you know you have a prostate issue when it feels like you're sitting on a golf ball. Yikes. I've put a golf ball underneath my foot to massage my foot before, and I can only imagine what sitting on it might feel like. Beach Guy says Tesla's running. We got about 11 more minutes till I take a look at the numbers here, guys. I do want to note that the VIX is up 4.29%, which means the market should be down However, Genie is up right now at this point at 0.59%. AMC is down 1.61, but rising temporarily. Saint Monet's dad says prostate exam was the best sleep I ever got. I feel like what you're saying right there, Saint Monet, is that you had a good time, but in a roundabout way, I feel like in a roundabout way, I feel like that's not what you're saying. Ease of mind, got it. Apex says I'm 43 and I've only been to the doctor 3 times in my life. Beach guy says Casey, weird things happen, birthday presents incoming. Just remember, Beach guy, I want you to win. Focus on you. I don't want you. I know it's my birthday and it's supposed to be, like focus on the birthday guy, but focus on you. Don't worry about me. I'm all right. I'm doing good. I'm even fixing. I'm fixing appliances here around my house. I'm all right. Focus on you. You first. Apex says, once as a child, as I spiked a fever and died for a few minutes, and 2 other times for physicals. Wait a minute. Did you have a feveral, what do they call those? My son had a feveral, I can't remember what they call those. Seizure. He had a feveral seizure. And I got called by my wife at the time, and she said, his eyes rolled in the back of his head, and he just started um, having a seizure. And they called the ambulance, and I was working at the time, and I sped close to 100 miles per hour on the freeway to get to the hospital because they had already taken an ambulance to the hospital. That is by far, that was for Bradley. That is by far probably the most stressful times of my entire life. I don't remember that trip. I really don't remember the trip from my work to the hospital, but I've never drove so fast in my life from location A to location B. I've driven fast in my life, but never the entire way and not remembering what happened the entire distance. So, man, if you had a febrile seizure and died for a few minutes, that's terrible. Gary Keating says going Friday colonoscopy, yes, best sleep. They give you the date rape drug for that, by the way, Gary. Good luck on that. Don't wake up in the middle of it because the doctor will put his hand on your shoulder and say, just relax. I had it happen. Legitimately, that's exactly how I woke up in the middle of the thing and the doctor put his hand on my shoulder. He said, just relax, we're almost done. There's nothing worse than a doctor saying just relax in a colonoscopy. They need to say something else like, um, this is gonna hurt a little. That would probably be more preferable. Uh, just saying. Dang, Apex, that's crazy. Steve M says I got like 3 gallons of booze and I don't even drink. Spend it on people you like. It is frightening, Oland. It is so frightening when you have a kid that goes through a febrile seizure. It is. It is. I said febrile. It's a B. Febrile seizure. It is. It's probably as a parent, it's probably one of the most scary things you've ever gone through. Hayden says I've had Hayden says I've had 3x prostate exams. They're absolutely no big deal. Understood, Hayden. Gotcha. How old was my son when he had his febrile seizure? He was, let me see here. We moved when he was 1 year old. It was probably when he was 2. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 years old. He was still breastfeeding. Dang, Apex, that's crazy. Dr. Zeno said, I sent you a Twitter birthday gift. It better just be like some kind of like happy birthday picture or something like that, Doctor. I have a feeling it's not, but it better be that. Guys, don't do anything special for me, please. We've got to keep things very professional here. as I'm drinking alcohol, we got to keep things professional. Mm. Myself says, I once woke up minutes after a surgery because I told the anesthesiast that I weighed less than I did because she was kind of pretty. That's terrible. PC3 says, this is a funny birthday conversation, colonoscopies and prostate checks. That's what happens when you're 40 something years old. PC3 says, turn your head and cough. Turn your head and cough. I got to tell you guys a funny story. I was turning, I think I was like 30 something years old. I had a male doctor. Not that it matters, but I had a male doctor. I called in because I had respiratory problems. Whenever I get sick, I usually end up getting like bronchitis. And at the time, I was a really physically fit person, not like right now. But I was really physically fit back then. And some of you guys may have heard the story. Just hang in there. But I called into the doctors because I knew what was going on. I knew I was going to get bronchitis after I got sick, and so I called in because usually what they give me is albuterol and like the Z-Pack, and usually it clears it right up, and I'm good to go. So I called in, and they said your doctor's not here. You got to see this other doctor because she's the temporary fill-in for your doctor while he's out on vacation. I'm like, all right, not a big deal. Sure, let's do it. So I get in there, tell her what's going on. I'm like, hey, look, I just got sick. I've got bronchitis now because of my chest condition. I have scoliosis, so I can't expel the phlegm, and so it usually turns into bronchitis. And I told her, I was like, this is very routine. You can look at my records. I need a Z-Pack and a albuterol, and I'll be good to go. And so she's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's all good. Everything that you're saying checks out, not a problem." And she's looking through my charts, and she goes, and by the way, this female doctor, she was a 10, like a 10. And she goes, I'm looking through your information here, and it says that you're due for a physical. You want to do your yearly physical? And I'm 30 at that time, and I'm sitting there going like, I know what that means. I'm gonna get the head turn and cough. And I looked at her and I said, nope. she goes, are you sure you don't want to get I mean, you're already here. You might as well get your physical. And I said, nope. I've never been more embarrassed in my entire life. That was it was terrible. I said, nope, I'm good. I'll pass. Charlie says, happy birthday, Casey. You're the same year as my daughter. It's a good year, 1976. Pro Jeweler says, guys, seriously, and I want to emphasize what it is Pro Jeweler says here. Guys, seriously, get your PSA blood test. It can save your life. I totally agree. It's 9 o'clock, guys, and it's about time to take a look at the numbers. Hayden says, sorry, 3 times colonoscopies, but not a big deal. Ass cancer is. My doctor has small hands, too. Yeah. Make sure you find a doctor that has small hands. Jabib says, I just stopped by to say happy birthday. Olin says, Casey, I'm inviting you to my yacht after this is over. Steve says, Casey, if inflation is so high, why are corporations showing profit? People are still buying. And Steve, if you looked at what Biden has said in some of his more recent speeches, he's talking about trying to reduce buying. He wants people to stop buying. There's too much buying going on. Casey, that document is just the SEC formally allowing more time to comply with 3 orders related to full implementation of the CAT. I think Bigham's covered that in the last video. I'm not a legalese CAT expert. Check out Bigham's. If he's got some information on it, check him out. I'm a huge fan of Bigham's, and I think that he has some good information out there. All right, guys, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go hit the restroom because old man, 46-year-old old man Casey has to go hit the restroom. The dam's breaking here, and then as soon as I get back, we'll cover some of the numbers here. Yo says, well, I'm back, by the way. Philip, I'm glad that you're here still. Your appendix bursting is life threatening. And Danny, that's pretty funny story. Don't tell your wife ever. Casey, they've been implementing the CAT since 2012. WTF? It's a great question, man. I'll tell you what. In my opinion, when you got a good thing going for you and you're making lots of money, you're going to try and resist change in the market. And Stockwish says if every American just closed their bank accounts and went to a credit union, it would be game over instantly for the shorts. I want to read something to you guys. I've got I got a message from one of my old coworkers the other day, yesterday, as a matter of fact. And I'm just going to read you what he said. He was asking me questions about, I was telling him in a roundabout way, I was kind of telling him what I was doing. I didn't really tell him exactly what I was doing about leaving my industry, but I told him I was involved with stocks, and he goes, "How did you get involved in those?" And I started I asked him, I said, "Do you know about meme stocks?" And he goes, "No, not at all. I just read about it." He goes, "That's cool. So you're part of a group that offers tips to buy and sell, then they push it on social media." Those are his words. And I said, "Oh no, no, that's not true." I'm telling you guys right now that there are still a lot of people here who are uninformed in the U.S. They do absolutely do not know what's happening. They know that there's a problem in the economy. They know that the stock market's having problems, and they know the housing market's having problems. They absolutely do not know what's happening across the board. We're not reaching everybody. This is somebody who I would consider somebody who I talk to on occasion back and forth, who's an old coworker. And there's enough information out there for him to see what it is that I've been involved with that he could have figured it out on his own, and he didn't. I'm telling you right now, guys, that there are just tons and tons of people who do not know what's going on. None. Beach guy just put in a whole bunch of sheep. I'm telling you right now, guys, it's so not even funny that how true that is. We're cattle. We're cattle led to the slaughter. This is why I want retail to win so bad. People don't know. There's still tons and tons of people who have no idea what's going on. And all they think that the whole meme stock movement is about is that it's just people who are trying to influence the market in one direction. That's it. That's what they think this is all about. Carl says, "Hey Casey, do you think for the people that are listening and can't watch every time, you could say the current price of AMC as the day goes by, maybe every once in a while here and there? I'm at work. Laugh out loud." Absolutely, Carl. $15.19 is what we're at. We're down 2.69% currently. I will try to make a better effort of making sure that I read that. I've had constructive feedback on a couple of different occasions where things like I read what it is people ask me, and then give my response instead of just responding to the comments. I appreciate that, Carl. Thank you for the feedback. I can't be better if you guys don't help me. So don't ever feel like you can't give me constructive feedback. I'm here for that. So absolutely, we're at $15.18. I will start doing that more often. 100%. MG Toe says they're starting to get interested as they see their 401ks losing. Losing ground. They may be MG Toe, but they're not understanding what's actually happening, right? They really don't understand why. The whys behind why it's happening. Let's take a look at our numbers. You guys need to remember this. Just because we know what's going on, it doesn't mean that everybody else knows what's going on. This is your opportunity. In your 5 whys that I've asked you to list down, I hope that one of those 5 whys is to educate others, to inform them, to show them what's going on inside of our markets. Because if you're not, then you're probably being an idle participant, and you need to be an active participant. Letting people know what's happening inside of our market is important. Two-factor authentication. Every time my broker asks me to log in two-factor authentication, I'm going to talk about it because I think you should be safe. You don't want somebody logging into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you don't like two-factor authentication, get rid of it, but try it out. It might save you in the end. Let's take a look at our numbers. This is the first run through of the day here, so I'm going to do a complete rundown on these numbers here. Give me 1 second while I take you to the other page. You're not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to see what it is. You guys are writing from this from here on out. So if I didn't mention or comment on what you've said, hold those comments for just a minute while I run through these numbers. All right, ready to go. First things first, starting at the top left-hand side, since this is the first time I'm running through the numbers since market open, we're going to do a full breakdown of everything that's on this page here. On the top left-hand side that you see up above me, up here, way up at the top, yeah, price prediction tallies. We got a four-way tie. I made it by 3 cents yesterday. I actually thought I was going to be off. We got Monty, Eric, myself, and Keto with 2 points apiece. This is just for beers and for ice cream bets. Guys, don't take financial advice off this data. This is just us trying to stay sharp. Please, don't take this as financial advice. My price prediction for the day today is 13.75 to 16.75. Eric has 13 to 16. Excuse me, hold on a second. Keto has 14 to 13. Oh, sorry. Scratch that. 14.13 to 17.13. And Monty has 13.15 to 16.15. The low man on the totem pole here is Eric with 13 to 16. The high price prediction is Keto with 14.13 to 17.13. Short exempt volume on True Demons MOASS Trigger indicators is at 410.8 thousand shares of short exempt volume yesterday. We're sitting at about, I think, 3.8 million shares in short exempt volume over the last, I think it's 11 trading days. I'm not positive, but I'm kind of roughly guesstimating in my head. Somewhere around 3 point. It's a lot. It's a lot of short exempt volume, considering the fact that we have not tripped SSR. Notice that the target that we're looking for is 3 million. I'm going to sit here and tell you guys that I think 1 million is all we really need to see. We're getting close to halfway there every single day. It's a lot. If SSR were to trip, I think we would hit that 1 million. Utilization has been 107 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day-over-day price increases at 4.35%. I did the breakdown for that. Our average is over 20%. I shouldn't say average. Our average is over 5% over a 4-day span. So I'm calling it 4 out of 3 days needed. So we've got 2 out of 3 indicators signaling green. Off exchange, or actually max pain, straight down below me. Max pain for the day today is $15. Off exchange, let's take a look at that. Off exchange, I would expect to be around 44% at the beginning of the day today, and EDGX somewhere around 10 to 11%. And we have currently 57.71 in the off exchange and 14.13% in the EDGX, giving us a total of 71.84% of our total volume going into the off exchange. We're losing price discovery due to that. Moving on. Institutional share ownership did decrease a little bit this morning, not very much. It's currently at 190.116 million. I just refreshed it and it's still the same value. Looking at Ortex data. There's currently a borrow of 0.089 thousand. What am I saying? Ignore me. 89,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. That's not going to have, it's going to be a minuscule effect to the short interest of the free float, which is 18.43. Cost to borrow max is at 12.79. Cost to borrow average is at 11.87. And the min is at 10.18. Not a whole lot of range on those numbers. Shares on loan is at 136.87 million, which is about 1.7 million less than what it was yesterday. We'll look at the chart here in just a second after looking at options. Highest amount of volume this morning at a $16 strike price, which is the same as the end of yesterday. There's currently 8.3 thousand contracts. For the puts, at a $15 strike price, which is the same value as the end of yesterday, there's 5.1 thousand contracts. About a 1.5 to 1 ratio. Let's take a look at Vortex. There's our utilization, 107 straight 107 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. I'm going to zoom in just a tad bit here to take a closer look at what's going on. On loan amount decreasing day over day. We went from 138.56 to 136.87. That's that 1.7 million shares on loan that decreased. On loan average age per day, if this decreases, then it's going to be long-term loans that were closed. If it increases, it's short-term loans, and it did decrease, meaning older loans were closed out. That value went from 65.3 to 63.79. Earlier this morning, I pulled up a picture of what now looks like compared to what January's pre-run-up looked like on loan average age per day, and those signals look very similar. In fact, let's get rid of all this other information. Just look at that like this. Scroll back to pre-January. Put them side by side. You've got a fall down in price, or in value. Hold on. You have a fall down in value with a spike upwards. Same thing here. Fall down in value, spike upwards, and then another fall down in value. Another spike upwards, and then continuation and fall down in value. We're setting up very similarly to how we set up on this indicator for January. Exchange reported short interest percentage of the free float, increasing day over day from 17.67 to 18.4. The reason for the increase was the exchange reported short interest came in, and it was more than they had anticipated. Security lending volume was down day over day. So far this morning, AMC is trading 10th most heavily traded stock based off of orders, with a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. GME is coming in 17th with a 69% buy, nice, to a 31% sell ratio. I had stated earlier this morning that I do believe that some of GME or AMC's buying pressure has kind of moved over to GME. It was somewhere in the range of 10 to 20%. I think that may be a little bit lower now. Like some of the buying pressures returned back to AMC, but not all of it. Might be more in the range of like 5 to 12. Failure delivers. This is a new page that I'm kind of pulling up here for you guys to see. And I'm just going to state here that for the next 2 days, I don't really see any potential for forced buying on the market, as our failure to delivers are pretty low up until the 18th, and usually, based on what I'm seeing in the numbers, is that the purchasing for those happens the day before. So this Friday would be that day, 7/15. But otherwise, we have decreasing failure to delivers day over day, expiring on the T plus 35. SSR trips at $14.04. Shares available to borrow. Let's see here. Looks like they did borrow about 20,000 here, but I'm not going to count that because that's not really a whole lot for me to count. So shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, 1.5 million. That is definitely elevated from what we've seen over the last couple days. 9.6% fee to borrow. 514.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 73.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 159.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 69.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 1.33, Dow Jones is down 1.47, and the S&P 500 is down 1.37. The market's on fire. Don't touch it. It's hot lava. Decliners is 4,774 decliners to 1,812 advancers. The VIX is down 3.59. IWB is down 1.37. IWD is down 1.48. IWM is down 1.29. Tesla's up 0.28 and is the only green thing on here besides the VIX that I have. Oh, and GME just popped green. Amazon is down 0.76. Cinemark is down 1.92. Doge is down 1.38. Bitcoin is down 0.4. GME is up 0.25. HYMC is down 3.3. Hood is down 2.5. NCMI is down 2.18. And AMC is down 2.76%. Our inflow versus outflow is a $8 million difference roughly in more outflow. And 10.84 million shares having been traded after 52 minutes. Putting us on a pace for about 81 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere around 30 to 50 million shares traded for the day. I think that's looking like a pretty good, accurate prediction. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.84, which is slightly below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.6, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.44, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.6, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.17, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. On the 1 hour, price has now finally touched the base. This is definitely for day trader / swing trader. This is definitely a sell position. Lagging line has touched the price line. This becomes a sell. This is a very definite hard sell signal on the 1 hour. Price is still above the cloud, but price usually tends to drive down through the cloud through the thinner areas of the cloud. Looking at a 4-hour time interval, price is still touching down on the conversion line, but conversion is above base and lagging is above price. So this is still giving off sell signals. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Sammy Boy is saying, I wonder how low the SPY will go. I can see the lowest at 350 or 330. Um, 'I don't remember why I put this line in at 356. I feel like that was kind of a breaking point, I think, to where I thought like this, we may see some consolidation at 356 on the SPY. Let me see what you wrote again here. Yeah, you put 350 or 330. I'm seeing some consolidation that could occur around the 356 range or 350. And then a breakout below that. So I think what might happen is we might come down to about that 350 range, maybe consolidate a little bit, maybe have one more bounce back up, um, perhaps to the 390 range before we see like this massive fall. And the massive fall could go 200. Yeah, somewhere around 200, maybe 215. Huh. And my pages are coming up. There we go. Savvy, thank you so much. Sammy says 215. Ouch, that would be a hell of a drop. Yeah, I agree. So we just printed a TD9 on this price movement upwards, which could mean a reversal back down. Let me just check something real quick here. First thing I'm going to check is ETFs on ETF.com website. Okay, no change there. I just wanted to check that real quick. The second thing I wanted to check was, yeah, our futures. So our futures are kind of showing like pretty scary number. Well, not really scary, but kind of scary numbers here. Like 1% down on pretty much all the markets. So what are we currently at? 1% down. Yeah, so our futures are kind of saying like this is the day for the day today. We've seen it. So perhaps just consolidation at this point. Maybe perhaps between 1472 and 1546. However, I will state that options are kind of signaling for a closing price between $15 and $16. So today might be the fight for 1501. Sammy Boy says 215 would be a major Wall Street crash similar to 1929 drop. Don't quote me on that. That's actually what I'm looking for, Sammy. I do think that that's a possibility. Gary says, I guess this means you're not going to shave off half your beard and dye it green. I hate losing bets, Gary. I hate losing bets. I only like winning. I hate being on the losing side of a bet. Not that that makes it sound like people like to lose. That's not what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm extremely competitive. Myself says, be careful with drunk driving, Casey. I understand, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Doc Airlines says, oh, cool, a chat where they don't force you to sub. So that wasn't the case until a couple days ago, Doc. Uh, I actually did have a 5-minute sub requirement in order to talk as of about a week ago. I had somebody come in, and I lost sleep over that, by the way. I lost about 48 hours worth of sleep. I shouldn't say 48 hours. I lost about 2 days worth of sleep trying to decide whether I was going to change that because we had a lot of people that were coming in and what I like to refer to as like bot accounts that were coming in and just uh, blowing up the chat with like just crazy amounts of just nonsense, and I got tired of it, and so I lost sleep over it. I talked to a couple of different moderators, and I said like, what do you think about me forcing subscriptions in order to chat in here, and because it was against everything that I stand for, and and they agreed with it. They said, yeah, let's try it out. So initially we just started out with a 1 minute, like, and then we had to increase it to a 5 minute, and then that actually worked out pretty well. But just recently, Doc, I had somebody who came in and said, "Hey, I can't chat in your comment section," and I think it may have something to do with the fact that you've got a subscription requirement, and so I wanted to try to resolve that, so we took it away. So far, I am getting bot conversations. You should have seen the one yesterday. The bot conversation yesterday had over 30 messages in the aftermarket hours. Or after I'd shut down the stream, they put in 30 something messages. It was almost like it was a scripted conversation between people that was attached to the video. I went through and I deleted it, but and removed those people from being able to chat in the chat section. But I see in the future there may be a chance to where I probably go back to subscription based requirements, but I don't want to. So I apologize in advance if that ends up being the case. But it's simply just to protect from um, outside noise. So I'm glad that you managed to have arrived when it's not that way. But if I end up changing it back, there is no, you don't have to buy anything. You don't have to spend anything to be here. Um, but it is to kind of clean up some of the junk that's going on. Miss Tahiti, not a problem. I've been here all year. Might as well be here on my birthday too. Again, Doc, I'm glad that you're here and able to say things without having to subscribe. Honestly, I am really glad that you can be here when you don't have to subscribe. I don't want to have to make you subscribe. I could care less. Subscribers or not, I really could care less. So I'm glad that you have a voice. And I apologize in advance, but I can't help it because I got to keep this community clean. Right now we're good though. I took it off, and so far, other than the after market hours, getting those bots coming in and putting conversations, we're good. We're good during live stream, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with having to clean up after market hour stuff, filtering in there. I don't care. I'll take care of that all day long. It's just when we're doing the live stream when we get those bots popping in, I can't stand it. BioLife Hemp says we like the suck bang blow bots. Speaking of suck squeeze bang blow, let's take a look at it for just a second because I want you guys to see what occurred from yesterday. It was a 4.35% increase on price yesterday and a 62% increase on volume day over day. This is very abnormal. Our entry price into the bang was 14.13, and seeing it at 15.60, I think is a bit high. I'm expecting a correction back down, but I'm not willing to call this the bang yet, or the blow rather. We'll move into the blow phase when we see volume hit some numbers more like this back here on 7.7. And the only reason that I didn't call 7.7 the blow was because of the fact that the very next day we were only up 1.24% with day-over-day volume falling. This was just a correction. This 1448 was a correction off the 1413 when we first entered into this phase. We had dropped price too quickly from 1413 down to 1257. The 1448 was a correction to get us back on track. Now it's overcorrecting the other direction and going too high. We're going to get a correction here going the other way. I just don't know when it's going to be. I thought it would have been yesterday. I really did. I really, truly, and honestly thought yesterday was going to be the day. And it wasn't. But I do think that we're going to see a correction, and that correction should come with probably increased volume as well. So, as we did have increased volume yesterday by 62%. Zeno was here earlier this morning. He said to check my DMs. I haven't checked them yet. I gotta wait until my next break. James of AZ says those 3 words. It's 4 words: suck, squeeze, bang, blow. They probably do bring in those bots. What did Miss Tahiti said? I gotta scroll back up and see. Yeah, Dr. Zeno was here earlier. Thick Flare says he's lying. We pay 50 a month subscription to chart here and 100 in Discord. I, I don't wish, but that would definitely help. That would definitely be a positive inflow to my pocketbook for sure if that were the case. That's not the case though. Chrismo says I read the Reddit post Casey expertly crafted. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Chrismo. I tried to make it entertaining on a basic level. Like think Beavis and Butthead. If you can't learn life lessons from Beavis and Butthead, what life lessons could you possibly learn from anybody? So I try to keep it real stupid simple and leave entertaining thoughts that stick in your mind. James says, Casey Cloud, please. Uh, sure, I'll pull it back up. I mean, I pulled it back up earlier, but I'll pull it back up right now. On the hourly, price did touch, or the lagging line did touch down into the price line, which is a negative. Negative. I don't want to say negative. It's an indicator that, if you were a day slash swing trader, you would probably exit your position. Anytime price runs into the conversion line, that's an indication to sell. If it does it a second time, it's definitely an indication to sell. But in this particular case, you have price running into the baseline. That's a hard set. Get GTFO. That's a hard set GTFO when it hits the baseline. However, if you were a day slash swing trader, you would probably look at the 4 hour and say, okay, what's going on there though? Is this truly and honestly a reversal? You would look at this. The lagging line is still above the price line. Price is still above the conversion line, although touching on multiple occasions on this conversion line. It's struggling. I'm looking at this indicator right here and I'm saying this is struggling. It's struggling to stay above the conversion. The conversion is above the base, but price is really struggling to stay above that. It's not getting the ignition that it needs. This reminds me of the Fifth Element where shoot, I can't remember what the name of the character is in the movie, but he goes, Corbin, I ain't got no flame. There's no flame here. There's no flame. It doesn't have any fire. I got no fire, Corbin. No fire. We're missing the fire. There's no ignition here. Corbin Dallas. Definitely one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. Don't you dare do it, BioLife Hemp. Please don't don't do anything crazy, man. I want you to remember that institutions they control price, right? Not retail. For a second there, Dr. Zeno, when you said just up to my eyeballs in medical records, I thought you meant like your medical records or somebody, a loved one. But seeing as how you are looking at other people's records, uh, thank you for what it is you do. I appreciate your service as a medical practitioner of some sorts or another. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Doc Airline, please don't feel like you need to tell how many shares you have ever to anybody ever. That's your business, nobody else's. I was talking to somebody who works in health insurance, Dr. Zeno, and he was talking about COVID. The health insurance companies didn't change their premiums during COVID, and what he told me is that they saw a decrease in doctor visits, meaning that people were pushing out, or doctors were forcing people to push out their checkups. And he said that the insurance business or industry knows what's coming because of that. Which, if you read between the lines on that, it's that because people were pushing out the routine checkups that they were supposed to have, we're going to see a huge increase of medical problems in just across the board for everything, just because things went unnoticed. And the insurance is going to see, while they were collecting money on things that weren't occurring, very heavily. They're going to see a huge surge in medical problems and people in the future, and they're going to have to jack up rates because of it. So across the board, healthcare wise, we're going to see a massive increase in healthcare insurance in the future moving forward. Something to think about. I don't know if you guys touch on that at all in your private life, but think about that for the future. Javi the Great, welcome. Doctor said, oh, yeah, that was the Sammy boy. Yo says, Casey, another solution I'm pondering is how the DTCC is unaudible or auditable. I can't say the word. Why is that allowed? Unreal the way they have the system set up. I'm seeing a pattern though. Um, I would say that the reason that the system works the way that it does is because the people who make money help to design the system to run the way that it runs. So if it's benefiting anybody, it's probably people who are making money. Jordan Kimmery says, high CPI NAS stocks go up. Sounds like last year again. Neck and neck with Cinemark. Cinemark's at 1562 and we're at 1552. So yeah, definitely neck and neck. Sharma, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Dr. Zeno, don't feel like you have to be a part of the Discord, please. I'm not saying because I don't want you there. It's just, I don't want you to feel like you have to be a part of it. You don't have to be a I'd love to have you there, but it's don't feel like you got to be a part of it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I know what it feels like to be spread thin. I really do. And so I totally understand your point of view. Gary says, I got my colonoscopy on Friday. We'll be out for an hour. You think that's how long it's going to take the doctor to have his way with you, Gary? You just wait. You're going to be all right, though, Gary. You're in good hands. Or wrists. The Big Tramp says, Casey, I watched the video Pantheon commented yesterday. You think AMC will merge? Because you of the parent. I don't know, Big Tramp. I think that it's speculation. I think it's educated speculation. You got to throw your tinfoil hat on. I think that there's a lot of different theories about what's going to quote unquote be the pounce. Don't don't. I don't know. The answer is I don't know the answer, and nobody does. We're only theorizing based off of historical past trends and analysis. So we're trying to make an educated guess, but none of us truly know the answer. Yo saying, Casey, the proverbial buck seems to always stop the unaudible NSCC, Fed, DTCC. It's great. I agree. Thank you, Charisma. Sammy Boy says, Mr. Tahiti, I'm not on Casey's Discord. At least I don't think. if you want on Sammy, I'm going to I'm going to post it here real quick. There's no charge. It's just I'm just throwing this out there in case you want to be a part of it. You don't have to. Don't feel obligated at all. But that link right there will give you an invite to the Discord if you want in. Bobby, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Oh man. Yeah, I just showed it like 2 times now. I showed it about go back just a little bit and look for the cloud on the screen. I just showed it like a second time, not too long ago. If you can't find it real quick, let me know and I'll show it again. Beach Guy says Adam Aaron has a habit of chiming after GameStop does something big. Hmm. P97 Apes is the Discord that I used to be in, Sammy Boy. It's a friend of mine. I was using his P97 Apes as a. I was just using his Discord, and then I said, you know what? I need to stop using other people and just man up and start my own Discord. So I did. I manned up, started my own Discord, not because I didn't want to use his, but just because I didn't want to have him to feel like I was taking it over. And I felt like that's kind of where we were heading towards. Because initially all I was using his Discord for was for interviews. But then it got to the point to where people were asking me to open up a Discord of my own, and I didn't want to just swamp his Discord. Leave No Ape Behind says, I woke up during my colonoscopy. They had to resedate me. I called the nurse the B word on the way back to sleep. So, so I had an interesting, I had a similar experience, Leave No Ape Behind. And if you guys don't know, they give you a drug that's kind of like a date rape drug where you're not supposed to remember what happens. I woke up in the middle of my colonoscopy. I've only had one. I woke up in the middle of my colonoscopy. Uh, my rear end side was facing towards two nurses and a doctor. My front side was and my head was facing towards the viewing screen that they were looking at. So here I am looking at myself in my insides, my innards, and as they actually found a pull-up at the time, um, a precancerous pull-up, and so they were removing it at the time when I woke up. And the doctor, the doctor reaches over, he puts his hand on my shoulder, and he says, "Just relax. You're just go back to sleep. You'll be okay." And I was legit awake for the rest of the procedure, and nothing it didn't nothing hurt or anything like that. I was all good by that point. But when they took me out into the recovery room, um, I was I was telling the nurse they were waiting for me to quote unquote come out of my day rape drug situation, and I was like, nope, I'm good. And they were like, no, you're still you shouldn't be able to be okay right now. You're still need to recover. And I was like, no, I'm good. I'm ready to get out of this place. And yeah, it's way too TMI. Way TMI. I went too far. But I'm telling you, it can happen. You can wake up in the middle of your procedure, and um, it wasn't that terrible for me. Uh, don't be afraid of your colonoscopy. Don't be afraid. It's not that bad. This, there's nothing I can say now. I've just dug myself into a hole I can't dig out of. Um, it's not that bad, colonoscopies. It's better for you to go get it done than not get it done, so go get it done. Oh man, that sounds terrible. Myself says talking about colonoscopies. Have you guys ever had a doctor shove a long metal rod? Isn't that something that only happens when you have like a STD? I mean, that's what I've heard. Cookie Monster said, "Are we going to vote on the shade of green?" We got to hit 1976 first, Cookie. Don't you get ahead of yourself there. And guys, as far as the Discord goes, if I don't respond right away when I'm doing a live stream, I don't go around and surf all. I don't surf Twitter. I don't surf Reddit. I don't surf Discord. Give me a chance to get back to you guys. I usually get to those things in due time. Abby says, in all honesty, I'm keeping my expectations really low on Adamir and pouncing. It could very well be a nothing burger. He's a good person to root for, but not a slinger like uh, Elon, in my opinion. There's so many things I want to say to that, Abby, but I'm just going to choose to agree with you. I guess I will say this. I will say this. I want you to go back and I want you to look at Elon's history. He has forecasted the one good thing I will say is that he's forecasted in advance his moves. Unfortunately, there are people who are major fanboys, girls of Tesla, no matter what. And even though he's forecasted his positions before he's actually made his moves, people refuse to exit their positions. Whether that be good or not, I'll leave that up to you to decide. But he has created a lot of bag holders. And um, the only thing that makes me feel any better about that is the fact that he tells people in advance, maybe I should sell my shares. And then they have time to get out before he does it. And nobody leaves. And I go like, what is up with people? That's cool. There's some diehard fans of Tesla, and that's the way it is. I understand. We got diehard fans of AMC. Danny, you're so dark, man. I can't even read that out loud. I can't even read what you wrote out loud. The only thing thick that I would warn you about is that if you happen to wake up in the middle in the middle of a colonoscopy, um, just try to go back to sleep. Don't fight it. Just go back to sleep. Because the worst thing that could happen is the doctor go like, "Uh-oh." you, you don't want to hear that. Don't just go back to sleep. Cookie Monster says Adam Aaron is going to say they found gold in them there are hills. That's a possibility. That is a very strong possibility, Cookie. Ray says, I think Adam Aaron will be talking about the gold mine. That's the surprise. We'll see. It might be both things. I don't know why we would hold Adam Aaron to just being um, when he says pounce. Why would you hold him to just one item? Why couldn't it be multiple things that Adam Aaron's going to do to quote unquote pounce? Last time I checked, lions have what, 10? Is it 9 claws? Eight claws. That's when you pounce. I'm seeing multiple attacks, multiple different ways that it. I'm sure it's not going to be a. Remember, he said he's playing 3D chess or 4D chess or whatever. It's going to be multiple things. I don't think it's just going to be one. Myself says, after the colonoscopy, look your doctor straight in the eyes and ask. I didn't see my doctor after my colonoscopy. I think he literally goes from one colonoscopy to the next. It's probably got to be it's got to be a shitty job being a colonoscopist. I made up that word. That's probably not even a real word, colonoscopist. But yeah, he just goes from one to the next probably. Abby says, I can only imagine the pressure Adam Aaron is under. Yeah. I and I'm not trying to talk down about Adam Aaron when I say this, but when I met him at the movie theater in Dallas, I got the impression that he's under stress. And I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying he struck me as a person who's dealing with a lot of stress, but he looks like he's dealing with it as best as he possibly can. And if Adam Aaron were to ever hear what it is that I'm saying, I would say, let go sometimes. Just walk away. Get better. Walk away from it all and come back. It's the same thing I tell you guys. Get a break. We'll be okay without you for a little bit. Come back stronger, better. It's okay. Breaks are needed. Needed. Chris says human spelunkling. And I can't even say that word. Brandon says, "What a crappy." Brandon, you must be on Reddit. I can just tell with that statement that you said there. You guys are gonna make me spit out my fun juice. Alex said after my colonoscopy, I got told that he wasn't a doctor. BioLife Hemp says, throwing on the tinfoil hat after August 7th, AMC can purchase indie films and show in the theaters and maximize profits. Think AMC and Sundance Festival and getting the next Blair Witch Project. That is true. That is 100% true. Ray says, I think if Adam Aaron was invited onto Casey's Pantheons, Tonys, or Masses, he would come on. I'm going to avoid that comment, Ray. I'm just going to say that there's a reason why I haven't invited him. And I think that it's a good thing that we have a relationship that is not direct. It's hard for me to explain what I mean by that, but I think that a non-direct relationship with the CEO is probably best. When Adam Aaron was doing interviews with Trey, he put himself at a lot of risk. And I think the non-direct approach is much, much better. He can say more. It's a little more twisted, but in a direct conversation, he can't really say anything that helps at all. It really doesn't give us any clue whatsoever. It's only what he can't say. Dr. Zena says if your proctologist, that's what it's called. If your proctologist stares at his finger and smiles excessively, it's time to run away. Adam A., thank you very much. Oh, it's your birthday. It's your little brother's birthday today. That's cool. That's awesome. Tell your little brother happy birthday for me. Thick is also a birthday. I don't know what to call it. Another birthday. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is wish happy birthday to Thick as well. I have no words. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Forrest says, Casey, do you think his stress is why his hands are so soft? No. I think his hands are soft because he takes care of them. I don't know. Sammy says, Casey, how did your interaction with Adam Aaron go? How was Tony in real life? Tony is very mean about Adam Aaron on his channel. My interaction with Tony and Adam Aaron, well, actually, let me start with Adam Aaron. It didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I broke his mug before giving it to him. My life was in shambles at that point. Like, there was nothing more that I could focus on than anything than a broken mug. And everybody here turned it into something positive, which was really cool. I can't even tell you guys how much I truly appreciate how much you guys made me feel uh, better about the fact that I handed Adam Aaron a broken mug. Tony was great. I got a chance to meet Tony in person. I can't wait to go share brisket with him or have a poker tournament with him, one way or the other. Tony may be down on Adam Aaron. I know that there's decisions that Adam Aaron has made that I don't agree with, but you have to remember the job of a CEO is to save a company, is to make a company profitable. It's not to squeeze a company. His job is different than what it is that we want. So just because Tony or my agreements in what Adam Aaron is doing doesn't mean that Tony or I think that he's doing a terrible job. It's just that we think that there's better ways to get to the end result that we want to see. That doesn't mean he's doing a poor job. So just remember that. It's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. It's 10:08. You guys keep putting up good stuff here, and it's hard for me to stop commenting. Hayden, yes. The answer to your question. Sorry if this is repeating. Does 9.1 CPI put added pressure on short hedge funds because people may withdraw money from their accounts? Not necessarily because people will withdraw money from their accounts, but more because there's going to be higher interest rates incoming. But yes. Nice joke there, Chris. Chris wrote, proctologist says to nurse, oh, by the way, $15.75 is our price. I was supposed to name off price every once in a while, and I haven't done that in a while. $15.73 is our price right now. Chris has a joke here. Says, proctologist says to his nurse, hand me a light. She says, she hands him a beer. He says, no, I meant a butt light. All right, guys. I went down to the bottom of what you guys are saying here. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the other screen, so you're not going to be able. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing at this point. Give me just a second while I log into Fidelity. And we'll take a look at our numbers here since it is 10 past the hour. Oof, I'm starting late on these numbers. You guys were putting out some funny stuff, though. I had to read it. Plus, it's time to hit the restroom. Holy moly. It's like my body figured out that I was a year older and was like, oh, hey, I'm going to screw you. It's time to go to the restroom. All right, I got to get through these numbers quick, or I'm gonna explode here. So let's take a look at off exchange first. 57.71 and 14.13 on the EDGX. I would expect there at this time of the day to be about 49% in the off exchange and 10 to 11% in the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. We are currently at 60.83 in the off exchange and 12.48 in the EDGX, giving us a total of 73.31% of our total volume going through the off exchange. These today and yesterday were really high numbers. Those are extremely high. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed in the last hour on Ortex, it was 89,000 shares an hour ago. It is now 163,000 shares, so a doubling of that number. Not going to have a whole lot of a change on the short interest percentage of the free float at 18.42%. Cost to borrow max is at 12.79. Cost to borrow average is at 11.71, and the cost to borrow min is at 10.18. For those of you just joining for the day today, we had shares on loan drop by about 1.7% to 136.87 million shares on loan. Still some decent numbers. And taking a look at the options. An hour ago at a $16 strike price, there was 8.3 thousand contracts. There's now 15.3, almost a doubling. And on the puts, at a $15 strike price, there was 5.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 8.2. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. The options are still signaling for a $15 to $16 price close for the day today. And let's see here. According to Fidelity, based off of orders, AMC in volume is doing coming in at 11th with 54% buys and 46% sales, and GME is coming in at 16th with 71% buys to 29% sales. I do believe that the reason that we're seeing a little bit less buy volume on AMC versus GME is because of the fact that some people are probably buying some GME shares. Totally understandable. You know, so some people want to try and profit off the fact that split's going to occur. It is what it is. It's just, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. SSR trigger price is $14.04 for the day to day. Only shares having been returned within the last hour. Fees are 9.6% for borrowing. Total amount of shares so far borrowed for the day to day is at 1.5 million, which is definitely elevated. Nasdaq is up 0.26, Dow Jones is up or down rather 0.43, and the S&P 500 is down 0.13. We currently have a mixed market that is slightly advancing over declining, with 3,331 advancers to 3,282 decliners. The VIX is currently down 1.21%, which means the market should be up. IWB is down 0.09, IWD is down 0.39, IWM is up 0.22. Tesla is up 3.1, Amazon up 1.92, Cinemark up 0.89, Doge is up 0.21, Bitcoin is up 1.55 and back up to 19.6. GME is 2.73% up. HYMC is down 0.13, Hood is up 0.54, NCMI is up 0.58, and AMC is up 0.83%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, there's currently $13 million more in outflow. And total amount of shares having been traded after 105 minutes is 16.39 million, which puts us on pace for about 60.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggest it would be somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I think that's looking very accurate. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.15, which is slightly below average. Excuse me. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.28, which is above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.06, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last hour, and RSI at 57.01, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.77, which is above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are currently writing again as I'm putting up the bus temporarily because no, I'm not putting up the bus. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I can't even wait 4 more minutes. That was definitely no gopher, Dan. That was definitely the dam breaking right there. Holy moly. Steve S. retracted a message. Cuddy Cut retracted a message. What's going on here? I snorted. Jordan Kimmery says prostate problems. Gibber says pee in the bus. I've had dreams like that, where like as a 46-year-old man now. Well, I guess I should say the dreams were at 45, but at an age of 45 years old, I've had dreams where I just like go into the corner of a room and just start peeing. It's the weirdest dreams. You're like, why the heck did I decide to just walk into the corner of a room and start peeing? Fake says you need to ride with the empty bottles so you can pee on the go. Has anybody ever done that live on a stream before? Peed live on stream? I that sounds really something like it would get you banned. Cuddy Cut says, Casey Shaw, I want to tell Adam Aaron in the next investors meeting to put crack in the popcorn. That should make loyal customers and boost sales. I'm telling you, Cuddy Cut, though, you're not close to far off from being wrong. Bacon flavored butter. I'm telling you right now, bacon flavored, if they get it right, they got to get the recipe right, but if they get bacon flavored butter, I'm telling you right now, we could have a we could have an epidemic of people buying popcorn that would be unprecedented. And that's just my opinion. Nat Nail says, you hear the CAT system reported delayed to 2024. Duncan was talking about that. He actually linked me to a report on that. Yeah. Myself says those aren't dreams, Casey. That's called sleepwalking. I doubt it. Cuddy Cut says Casey Shaw. I know someone who has fallen asleep during a live stream. That was me. Myself says bacon popcorn that would turn our society into a pig farm. Um, what's your point? I'm just saying, what's your point? Mysterious Motorsport says popcorn flavored bacon. Or, yeah, that sounds gross. I like it the other way. It's really kind of weird now that I think about it. When you say popcorn flavored bacon, that sounds really gross, but when you say bacon flavored popcorn, that sounds so much better. Remtag says 2 weeks. Remtag, good to see you today. Yes, I've fallen asleep in live streams before, guys, way back in the day. I don't know. Popcorn flavored bacon sounds terrible. Do you ever eat one of those popcorn flavored jelly beans? Oh, I hate those. Those are the worst. I cannot stand the flavor of those popcorn flavored jelly beans. Ugh, they're so terrible. They like linger. The taste of that taste just lingers in your mouth, and you're like, oh my God, I got to get another jelly bean in. I don't care what it is, and then it ends up being something like coconut. You're just like, oh God, coconut flavored popcorn. I can't take this. Sammy Boy says butter, bacon, popcorn, AMC medical partnership for heart attacks. Gibber says from Ireland, and Gibber, you're not the only one. Welcome from Ireland. I actually have a couple of, I know of at least two, I think it's two others that are here from Ireland as well. From Ireland, and we have a very famous crisp known as Tato. The cheese and onion is awesome, but they have recently bought out a fizzy cola Tato crisp as chip. You call it in the USA vile. That sounds interesting to me, though. Potato and cheese and onion. I mean, that sounds like you say a crisp. I'm thinking of a chip, potato chip with cheese and onion. I mean, that sounds very natural. I feel like we've got something like that here already. Cuddy Cut says, Casey Shaw, how about cinnamon coated popcorn? I think that's a great idea. Because it's a sweet and salty. It's kind of like it reminds me of pretzels. Normally pretzels are salted, but sometimes you can get cinnamon flavored or coated cinnamon coated pretzels, and they're really tasty. So a cinnamon coated popcorn would probably be really good. It's like a dessert popcorn. It just depends on what you're feeling up for at that time. Danny says Casey peeing in the corner, that's what you call a wet dream. I don't know. I looked up the definition for a wet dream, Danny, and my understanding is you actually got to wake up wet, and that doesn't happen for me. So, Mysterious Motorsport says bacon flavored peanut butter. I don't. That might be going too far. Although you've got me wondering whether it would taste good or not. I'm gonna add one more ingredient to that mysterious motorsports. I'm gonna say bacon flavored banana peanut butter. Make a peanut butter and banana sandwich with bacon sprinkled on it and see how it tastes. I might have to try that. Deep fried popcorn. Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're heading to here, guys. It is time for me to take a break. Um, it does sort of look like an ascending, widening wedge. It's not widening, it's broadening wedge. If this reacts the way that I think it should react, we should see a breakout coming back down to test maybe $15 before moving up. On my Discord, guys, I just want to state right now that I was going to give a recipe to Duncan and Active Douglas. They were asking for, well, they weren't asking. I actually said I was going to provide a recipe for cornbread, and then I suddenly realized that my recipe requires that you buy a specific box of cornbread mix and add ingredients to it. Which I realized that may not work when you're in another country. And so we started talking a little bit and realized that the best that we can probably do is them try to put together a makeshift recipe of Jiffy cornbread, which probably won't taste anywhere near the same because corn grown in the United States versus corn grown someplace else is going to just taste different, period. The flour is going to be different. The corn's going to be different. Everything's going to be different about it. Um, so now I'm kind of regretting the fact that I even the fact that I even mentioned that there was going to, that I had a recipe. Because I would hate to give that recipe to them and then be like, oh yeah, but try this, and then it ends up not being what it's supposed to be. The CPI report already came out. Big Tramp, it's 9.1%. Sammy boy, you can't just throw a comment in there like that and I can't read it. Yo says my CU is spamming emails suggesting members invest in real estate. Not today, Satan. Boy, no kidding, right? Nikki says 16 today question mark. It is a possibility, Nikki. If this is indeed an ascending broadening wedge, it has like a 60% chance of doing what I think it'll do. If that is the case, let me just do the math on this real quick. Um, I think that's right. Plus 1631 would be the top. The question is are we going to get there? Like I said, it's slightly above average, like a 62% chance that it's going to work out, that it's a ascending broadening wedge. But if this does work out the way that it's supposed to work out, you'll see price drop below the bottom trend line, It'll fall out below the bottom trend line, head down to the second touch point down here, which is $15, and then very sharply return off of that, bounce off of that amount, heading upwards towards 1631. I don't know that that's necessarily, like I said, it's only got a 62% chance of happening. So it's just slightly better than average. 8.6, I believe, was the answer that you're looking for, Big Tramp. How much was, I think it was 8.6, and we moved to 9.1 with a 75% or 75 point or 75 basis points increased. What did Nikki say? I missed it. Niall says, Nikki, I think so, but I missed what Nikki said. Where's Nikki's comment? Why am I not seeing Nikki's comment? Oh, 16 today. Yeah. Big Tramp says, Casey, thoughts on Bigum saying squeeze next year? Because as you said, we might see another cycle. Um, it does appear that way. Um, hmm. I guess the answer to your question is 2 weeks. It's a terrible answer, but what I want you to think about more, Big Tramp, is it's the idea that if I told you, and I know you've heard this so many times before, if I told you you're holding on to Tesla, or if I told you you were holding on to Bitcoin, how long would you be willing to hold on for? Because that's what we're dealing with here. I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't know. I don't know how many cycles are involved to get us there. But I do truly and honestly believe that if we continue to hold, that we will get there. Hoback, thank you. Niall says, how can they last until next year? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that. But my answer to you would be is that um, when you back an animal into a corner, the animal will do absolutely everything it can possibly do to keep you from capturing it and doing whatever it is that you're going to do to it. I mean, it will do everything. My when I was growing up, my parents had a possum. I'm probably saying it like really weird, but a possum, a possum in the backyard. What we didn't know was that under that wood pile that the possum was living in was a nest of babies, and they called the trapper out. And the trapper came out, and for those of you who think that possums fall asleep when they're threatened, the answer is no. That is not true. I watched a possum spit, hiss, and shit itself um, like it was being tortured to death when all that was happening was it was being put into a cage. And I'm here to tell you right now, that's what's happening currently. We are backing people into a corner who are willing to spit, hiss, and crap the crap out of themselves to get their way. They will not just let this go easily. So, however long it takes doesn't matter to me. That's really not what it matters. What it matters to me is I'm in a savings account, in my opinion. And that savings account is way better interest than any other savings account I could ever put my money into. And I'm willing to sit there and watch that possum hiss, spit, and crap itself to death. Because I know what it's protecting. It's protecting its nest egg. So think about that. Because that's what we're sitting on right here. But with that, I'm going to leave you guys to a break. Because dang, I sound serious right there. Sam says, today's stream brought to you by Tums. I appreciate it, Sam. I'm telling you guys, you know, you want to see a dying animal, or you want to see an animal that's dying, you're looking at it. It's everywhere around you. You're watching, you're literally watching an animal die here, and this animal does not want to go, and it has no choice. Let me put up the note on the screen here. I mean, I'm going to come back at 11:10. Oops. I'm going to come back at 11:10, guys. But what I really want you to think about is I want you to think about the fact that in regards to an animal dying or an animal getting trapped in a corner, this animal is willing to go to great extents to keep itself from not existing anymore. There's no shame. This animal sees no shame in reacting however it chooses to react to get the desired outcome. It will do everything in its power to win. So the crazy part about it is all we have to do is buy and hold, and that's it. That's it. That's all we gotta do. It's the easiest trap of all time. Ken says, you're going on break? What do you think this is? Your birthday? I do, Ken, I do think it's my birthday. I'm going to go to break, sir. Yeah, no kidding, Big Tramp. Those eyes in that Forbes magazine, man. I'll tell you what, that that Forbes magazine makes him looks like it's been touched up quite a bit, doesn't it? I do watch her 2000. Today is the birthday. Play the birthday song on repeat. The birthday thong on repeat. I'll play the birthday song before I go, and then I'll put it on regular music. I will see you guys in just a bit. 11. I'll be back at 11:10.
It's your birthday today. Casey! It's your birthday today. Percy!
Yeah!
It's your birthday today. Percy!
Percy!
Grab your goodie bags. Open your gifts. Blow out your candles. Percy!
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
Alrighty, I'm back. Just kind of reading through what you guys are saying here. All right. Doesn't look like anything that I'm going to respond to. So I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other screen while I log into Fidelity. And we'll run through the numbers here. Right after I move some pages around. Starting with off exchange, 60.83% an hour ago and 12.48% on the EDGX an hour ago. They are currently now at 63% in the off exchange and 11.34% in the EDGX, a total of 74.34%, getting awfully close to 3/4 of all of our volume moving through the off exchange. Very, very high numbers. They are suppressing price discovery heavily today. Taking a look at Ortex data here, the amount of shares that were borrowed so far for the day today, according to Ortex, was 0.163 or 163,000 shares. That's now turned into a return of 197 shares. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float percentage to 18.38%. Cost to borrow max at 14.65, average is 11.71, and cost to borrow min is at 10.18. For those of you just joining for the day today, we did decrease in shares on loan for the day over day with by about 1.7 million to 136.87 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options. At a $16 strike price, an hour ago there was 15.3 thousand contracts. There's now 18.8. And on the puts, at a $15 strike price, there was 8.2 thousand contracts. There's now 9.7. Orders based on Fidelity's orders. AMC is currently coming in at 11th with 55% buys to 45% sell ratio. GME is in 16th position with 71% buys to 29% sell ratio. SSR trips at $14.04 for the day-to-day. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour does not appear. They did borrow about 5,000 shares, but I'm not going to count that. I only count up to 50,000 or more. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to Ortex, is 1.5 million. The fees is at 9.6%. Currently, there's 514.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 73.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 159.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 69.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.25, Dow Jones is down 0.65, and the S&P 500 is down 0.44. We currently have 3,848 decliners to 2,797 advancers. The market is declining. The VIX is down 0.22, IWB is down 0.44, IWD is down 0.67, IWM is down 0.36, Tesla is down 2.57, Amazon down 1. What am I saying? Tesla's up 2.57, Amazon is up 1.11, Sinmark is up 0.03, Doge is down 1.23, Bitcoin is down 0.11, GME is up 0.91. HYMC is down 3.3. Hood is down 0.71. NCMI is up 0.37, and AMC is down 0.66. Refreshing to see what inflow versus outflow is. $17 million more in outflow than inflow. 20.52 million shares having been traded for the day to day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 166 minutes for the day to day. That puts us on pace for about 48.2 million shares traded for the day to day in pre-market. I've adjusted my numbers again, and I went for a 30 to 50 million share volume prediction for the day today. And I would say we're on track for that quite nicely. On the weekly, more selling pressure than, sorry, scratch that, switch it. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 45.65, which is slightly below average on the RSI. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.84, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying, nope, scratch that again. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.93, which is slightly below average, or no, above average. Man, I cannot talk right now. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers within the last, let's see, 2 hours. But currently, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.61, which is right about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.19, which is about average. We are still what I would characterize as moving upwards of a ascending broadening wedge. My thought processes on this is that we have about a 62% chance of seeing price breaking out below this support line at some point and falling down to as low as $15 before bouncing off that and making it up to, give me a second while I calculate it again. $16.31 range, which would be above $16.15. That's the magic number I'm looking to break right now. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again as soon as you see the big tramp up here. I'm going to start with Kathy says, Casey, if it's your birthday, happy birthday. Thank you. It is. I'm a Cancer. Oh, man. If you only you knew. If only you knew how much of a Cancer I was. I'm definitely a Cancer. David Rodriguez says, cat system delayed. Fook. Fook, the SEC RICO Act doesn't mean crap. Well, they haven't convicted anybody yet, David, but all they need to do is get one conviction. Once they get one RICO Act conviction, that's all it's going to need. That'll set a precedence for multiples. Beach Guy says people were hitting up Boss last night about his take on Bigham's new video. I didn't see Boss's reply, not saying he didn't. I just never saw or heard a response. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I did start to watch Boss's stream last night and only made it probably through the first 15 minutes or so, maybe 20 minutes before I passed out. But for some reason, Boss's streams don't come through on my my YouTube until after he's done. So I had to watch it like just before I went to bed. Tim wants to see me suffer here. For those of you who don't know, I promised the community that I would dye my beard green if we closed at 1976 or higher by the end of the day today. Kathy says, haha, my son is a Cancer sign too. He is clever but does not suffer fools gladly. I'm not sure what you mean by does not suffer fools. I don't suffer from fools either. But I do, well, actually that's not true. I get fooled pretty often. I'm pretty gullible. Um, although I've gotten better in my older years. I've definitely had times where I was way more gullible as when I was younger. I'll just say that. Silas, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Backyard Boogie says, you think the Fed will pull the rug with the rate hikes? Not sure what you mean by pulling the rug with the rate hikes. I think that I don't know how they couldn't do less than 75 basis points. Pulling the rug on the rate hikes would be less than that, something less. 50, 25, I don't know. But with CPI at 9.1%, I have a hard time believing that they're not going to do at least 75% or 75. I keep saying 75%. 75 basis points. Wasted in America says, Sandy says, happy wee birthday, Casey. Thank you so much. Mindshift, thank you. Kathy says, half a green beard. No, it was going to be a full green beard. Full green. They want originally yesterday people wanted me to shave half the beard off. I was like, "Oh, you mean so like just trim it up?" And they're like, "No, we want you to shave half the face." And I was like, "You guys are crazy. I'm not doing that." That's so stupid. I'm not gonna walk around with half a beard. And so I said, "I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal. I'll go green. I'll since I was being bearish in my prediction saying that I don't think we would be above 1976. I'd go green on my beard if we hit it. So it's not half a green beard, it's a full green beard. Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with what you guys are discussing, Beach Guy. I just wish that I had. I'm just saying I wish I had caught all of Boss Blunts's video yesterday. I unfortunately fell asleep through half of it. I really want to try to figure out why it is that I can't see his videos until after he's done. Mindshift says if you shave half your beard, if we close at that, I'll drop a whopping $100 right now. Deal or no deal. I'll tell you this, Mindshift. I've never been here to influence you guys to how you want to spend your money. That's not what my goal is. Uh, it would be wrong of me to make that bet with you. And I think it's funny. I really do. I think that's hilarious. But I think you should drop $100 whether you want to drop $100 or not. It's your choice. It's your hard-earned money. You worked for it. You absolutely worked for that money. Your blood, sweat, and tears went into $100. I don't know what you get paid an hour, but if you're at $30 an hour, you worked three plus hours for that money. Spend it how you want to spend it. We already had the CPI report at 8:30 this morning. All in AMC, it was 9.1%. And Beach Guy just said that. Thank you, Beach Guy. Wow, thank you for the happy birthday wish. I don't think that's true at all, Forrest. I'm gonna give you a link. Hold on a second. There you go. Check that out. I think that'll help you to understand what they're accounting for. Um, and I think that that the idea that they don't account for, um, what were the things that you listed off? Gas, energy, or food will be listed right there for you so you can see what it is that they're accounting for. Cassius, good afternoon to you. Forrest says I should start a poll to see who wants. I'm not doing it. That's just ridiculous. James of Arizona, it's good to see you. But see, the thing is, Beach Guys, I went to his pay. Pantheon told me last night. He's like, dude, in 30 minutes from now, boss is he's gonna have his live stream. So I went to his page and looked at 8:32, and nothing was there. No live stream was showing. So then I went back at like 8:47, and nothing. No live stream. None. Nothing. And I was like, what the hell? Or I'm saying 8:30. It might have actually been 9:30. Whatever time he was supposed to start at, I went there. And there was nothing there. And it wasn't until like a couple hours later when I was getting ready for bed, I decided to go back and check again, and there's like a 2-hour video there, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what the hell? How does this happen? It's like he like snuck in. He snuck in and when I wasn't looking. Backyard Boogie, thank you for the happy birthday wish. Cassius says, "Holy crapola, 9.1." Yes. We our economy, it's awesome. Yeah. I don't know. I can only laugh. I laugh in the face of fear. I think I've got enough trend-setting things going on for me here. American Trader says, but half shaved would be so cool. You could be a trendsetter, Casey. Happy. I'm sitting in a lowrider big tramp here. I don't know I can get any more trend-setting than this. I was talking to my wife this morning, and she's like, "You got to get rid of the bus." And I said, "But I like it though because my picture's so small." And she's like, "People want to see your face. Give them your face." I'm like, "I don't want to. I like it." That's not entirely what I said, but for the most part, that's what I said. But she's like, "Nope. You're gonna have to get rid of that bank. You're gonna have to get rid of that big tramp lowrider." That's what she said. Beach Guy says, "Mind Shift Mastermind, thank you, but it's Casey's and Thick's birthdays. Mine was November." Yep. If you guys see Thick around, wish him a happy birthday. Myself says he started 15 to 25 minutes late. Well, I must have moved on to something different and just missed it then, I guess. It pisses me off though because I feel like I never am over there when he's doing his live streams. And I want to support him, and it pisses me off because it's not he doesn't piss me off. It pisses me off that I'm not there to support him. And it's just like, dang it, I want to be there sometime when he's doing his live streams, and I'm never able to be there. It's like it's this weird phenomenon that we're just never meant to like meet up at the same times. Myself says, I don't want to see your face. Well, that explains a lot. Thank you. Thank you, myself. Anthony says demand-driven inflation is better than supply-driven inflation. That sounds right. Shh, Thick, be quiet. Be quiet, Thick. Don't say stuff like that. Ape named Roscoe says change the tramp to a park bench. When we were in Universal Studios, we stopped at Bubba Gump's, uh, and then we ate at Bubba Gump's right outside Universal on their little strip area for food restaurants and whatnot. And we stopped by Bubba Gump's. We had some. Well, I had what did I have? I think I had salmon and rice and broccoli, and the kids had shrimp and stuff like that. But the reason I'm saying this is because there was a bench there, sitting out the front, and they actually had a pair of shoes, those sneakers, Forrest Gump sneakers, and a box of chocolate sitting on the bench, and you could take photos on the bench. A couple of the kids, I think, took some photos. I need to see if I can get those photos and put them up, and then like maybe crop out the kids and put myself in there. That might be good. The American Trader says, seen enough that face, we're good with a big tramp. That's what I'm saying. I'm with you, American Trader. You don't need to see my ugly mug. There ain't nothing special here. Kathy says the big tramp is cool. Thorbladed says my birthday's in 2 weeks. So does that mean that your birthday is on the 27th, Thorbladed? Because if it is, I got to write it down. Volume has gone to a standstill here. Let me pull up the Bollinger Bands real quick here so we can kind of see what it looks like. Who are you calling STD? Oh, Samuel. All right, Thorbladed, I'm writing it down. 25th. You're not getting away from me that easy, sir. Wait a minute. Okay, that's Monday. You're good. Forrest, you're going to have to remind me in November. Thorbladed's turning 30. Got it. The guy in the bus is writing down birthdays. Creepy guy. Uh-oh. What did I just do? I don't know what I just did, but it didn't. My computer didn't like it. That is the vortex indicator. Who asked that question? Yeah, James, that's the vortex indicator. That indicator is well, here, hold on a second. I'm going to send you to investopedia.com to research this. I personally use vortex indicator for indicating to me buying and selling pressure. If you want to go ahead and look up that link that I just sent there, I'm just going to read from it right now. But a vortex indicator is an indicator composed of two lines, an uninterrupted line and a negative uptrend line and a downtrend line. So there's a positive trend line and a negative trend line. In this particular case, for me, I've recoded the colors because some people couldn't see the colors that Weeeeee was using originally. So the up indicator or the positive trend VI plus is the white line, and the orange line is the VI negative. These lines are typically colored in green and red, but in this particular instance, I have green as white and red is orange. A vortex indicator is used to spot trend reversals and confirm current trends. If you use MACD as a indicator to signal to you when there's a trend divergence, and you're about to see a change in price, for me, vortex indicator is a much better indicator to read. For me, if you're a sophisticated trader and you have a lot of experience and you are comfortable with reading MACD, then stick with it. I like to think, for those people who are musically inclined out there, I like to think of the MACD as being a sheet music of indicators, right? So you're reading both up and down and left and right at the same time, versus the vortex indicator, which is just linear reading of two different oscillating lines. And so I see buying and selling pressure based off of those lines that are showing up. I think it's a very robust. I hate using that word because it's such an industry term, but I see it as a very robust way, a simplified way of seeing buying and selling pressure, and when there's divergences of both buying and selling pressure. So that's what I look at. I don't think it's a great indicator to look at low periods of time. I think the higher or the longer period of time that you're looking at, the better to look at. For example, if I were to go to the daily and scroll back here a little bit and take a look at, and I'm going to pull this up here just a tad so you can see what it is I'm talking about. But if you look at the June run up right here, right, you can see the divergence of buying pressure and selling pressure occurring, and the divergence of those two numbers occurring on 5/12. And look how far apart you have these numbers starting to separate on the daily. You have massive amounts of buying pressure and very, very low amounts of selling pressure. Great indicator. Now, if I were to take this and the only reason I'm talking about this stuff right now, guys, is because I do like to kind of I don't want to say teach, but I do like to kind of show examples to people so that they can perhaps maybe enhance their trading abilities. So if I were to throw in MACD in here, MACD, when you read some people would read MACD a little bit different than I would, but let me just show you a difference in what they look like. MACD on a daily shows a crossover on the exact same day of your signal and your the MACD crossing over here on the same exact day as your vortex indicator, right? And you can see where everything changed at that point in time. So they both signaled at the same time. It's just how you look at these. For me, I get more out of seeing this divergence of these two values. And then the MACD shows a crossover here a little bit earlier, perhaps, than the vortex indicator, but it's really close. So in terms of like looking at vortex indicator versus MACD, it's just a different way of looking at the same thing. It's showing you a crossover of price trends. That's not really what I want to look for a word. It shows you crossover of buying and selling support. What I'm looking for right now is there's a couple instances in history where I can point out where MACD actually shows like a signal crossover and vortex indicator doesn't, and you end up seeing no price improvement, but MACD was signaling that there was going to be one. Let me look for that real quick here. Like I think here's an instance right here where MACD signals a crossover, and you end up seeing price improvement happening when that crossover occurred, but the vortex indicator didn't indicate it until a later point in time. So this would be actually, in my opinion, this would be an earlier indicator on the MACD's side. However, the indicator for the sell-off occurred earlier on the vortex indicator than it did on the MACD. which means you would have exited your position earlier. So maybe they kind of equal out. So, but I'm trying to look for an instance where MACD crosses and vortex indicator doesn't. This might be one right here. Okay, here's one right here. Here's a very obvious signal trend where MACD crosses over right here on this on the MACD crosses the signal. This is signaling for a buy-in point right here, in my opinion. The way I read the MACD, this is a buy point. If you look at the vortex indicator, it's saying maybe not just yet, and then you see it never fully crosses over. And if you come up here and you look at price, yep, never actually goes upwards. It's always just a downtrend. So this is kind of one of those situations right here where I look at MACD and I go like, I would have read this wrong. If I was reading the MACD, I would have looked at this and said, now's a great time to buy, and I would have been hugely incorrect. Whereas if I was looking at vortex indicator, I look at it and go like, maybe hold off a little bit longer and see what happens. So you hold off, nothing good happens. It crosses over, but price is falling, and you're like, maybe not. I'll just hold off still. And sure enough, yeah, it just keeps on going down. You're like, yep, not getting in on that. so there are. I just feel like there's instances where the vortex indicator has a little bit more, has a better signaling pattern than perhaps the MACD. That's just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to trade how they see fit, whatever is going to help them as an indicator to make better trades, use it. If you see MACD way better than you see Vortex indicator, use it. Don't limit yourself. I know plenty of I know extremely successful people who are swing traders who use MACD religiously and are very successful in what it is that they do. It doesn't work for me. Doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that I see things differently. That's it. Uh, I couldn't help but read Yucca's comment saying, "Professor Casey, what is a Kevorkian indicator?" That's the guy that used to off everybody, right? No, hold on a second. Let me look it up. Sometimes I have to refresh my memory. let me look it up here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. I'm not seeing that one. That may be a joke. Maybe I did. Maybe I did get the joke right off the bat. Kevorkian was the guy that was assisted suicides. I had to go. I had to go look it up. I mean, I legitimately forget. I forget some of them sometimes, and so I had to go look it up. But I went on like a really long tangent there, James, on explaining that vortex indicator. But hopefully, it helps you. I used to live in Oregon, and they had I'm going to say this so wrong. They used to have assisted suicide, which was called euthanasia. Whenever I say it, I always feel like it sounds like I'm saying youth in Asia. There's kids over there in Asia. But euthanasia was a thing back when I was living in Eugene, Oregon, and they actually voted for it to approve it. And at that time, Kevorkian was a big thing. And I was doing I was doing a college course where I had to write papers on whether or not I was in support of euthanasia or against it. And part of the report required me to interview three different people. This is for a writing class. I don't remember what it was exactly, but um, one of the people that I interviewed was my grandma. And it was funny because the initial part of the project was is we were supposed to pick a side, whether we were pro or we were con for the issue that we were writing about. And they told what did they tell us? They told us that we had to they told us to pick a side. We picked it, and then they told us we had to write about the opposite. The teacher said you got to write about the opposite of whatever it is that you picked. So like almost as if she knew that you were gonna pick what you wanted to write about because it would be easy, and so she wanted you to do the uneasy part. So anyways, I interviewed my grandma for about euthanasia because I was supposed to pick like two people that were pro and two people or one person that was con for the interviews, and I had suspected my grandma was uh, con, and I called her up and started talking to her because my entire life she was always against it, and then when I called her up and started talking to her, she was actually for it, which was it floored me. And what I started to realize was is that I think, and I'm not positive, but I think that depending on what stage you are in your life, you start to view life a little bit differently. And growing up, I think she was con for euthanasia, but as she became older, I think she started to see the benefits to not wanting to live beyond a certain point of suffering and became more willing to see the pros to it. And it was really shocking to me. It was really, this was back in my 20s, but it was shocking for me to see somebody, a loved family member who went from being pro on a subject like that to con, or vice versa, con to pro, and really was enlightening. But I really think that what that really showed me in life was is that uh, there's different stages in your life where you view things differently. Just because you view it one way at one stage in life doesn't mean that you're not going to change your ideas. And it was a good life lesson. Blake says, "Hot Cotch." Thank you, Yucca. I appreciate the happy birthday wishes. Yeah, I was living in Eugene, Oregon at the time, Cassius, in from 1996 until about 2002. Great place, as long as you don't mind rain. Mohammed is saying, how about Serba Dynamic? And I'm not sure what that is. I'm looking up to see if that's a name of somebody who asked a question. I don't see it. Now I'm going to look up and see what that is. Give me 1 second. Ah, company. All I'm going to say about that, Muhammad, is that I don't comment about the other companies on this live stream. This is an AMC live stream, and I primarily cover AMC, GME, and any other holdings that are related to the original meme movement of GME. So I don't typically talk about. But if there's numbers that you want to see, Muhammad, absolutely, I will provide whatever numbers you want to see. ABC says inflation report 9.1%. I wonder what is propping up the overall market artificially. I'm going to give you ABC. I'm going to give you a website to look at just for the fun of it. This is the Federal Reserve government. What do you call this? Balances. It shows you where they're spending their money at. If you click on the July 7th link there, you can go through and you can see where they're spending their money. For example, they've got they've sold $11.2 billion in mortgage-backed securities. Potentially the reason why maybe mortgage-backed securities aren't doing too bad right now compared to actually everything's kind of even right now, but they were buying mortgage-backed securities, but now they're currently selling. Some of the areas where they're putting in the most money that they're buying at would be man, that's hard to say. Hmm. I'm looking down here. I just moved down to item number 3. It says supplemental information on mortgage-backed securities, millions of dollars. It's got commitments to buy mortgage-backed securities. There's a commitment of $48 billion that they're committed to buying back. I don't know what that means. But there's two mortgage-backed securities that the government that the Fed holds outright is 2.7 trillion dollars. Super high. It does a breakdown of their assets and liabilities. This is a good page. I mean, if you want to really kind of like dive into what's going on here, this might be the link that you want. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, ABC. I'm a homework kind of guy, I guess. James says I feel a rug pull coming. Green Thumb says Weeeeee update changed their limit sell range. I have one share for sale at $300, but you're not showing up on the lit market. I can tell you that right now. Otherwise, you would be down here at the end. If you literally had a limit sell for $300, you'd be showing up on the lit market right here. So I can tell you right now that you're not selling to the lit market. It's a great way to test whether your shares are making to the lit market or not. Well, the big tramp. That's kind of a interesting question. Nancy Pelosi never really technically owned AMC. It was her husband, I believe. Um, Pantheon says, homework isn't so bad. Casey usually doesn't let me out of my cage. Oh, man. That's messed up. That's really messed up. Did I tell you could speak, Pantheon? Don't speak unless spoken to. Good to see you, friend. Let's see here. Because, that's how you talk to your friends. What was I forgot what I was gonna say here. There was I'm just teasing, man. Um, shoot, there was something I was gonna go to and I can't remember now. ABC, you're welcome. Gosh, there was something I was gonna pull up and I can't remember now. Oh, maybe it had something to do with the limit sell range. I'm trying to read back through what you guys said, hoping that it will spark a memory. This is what happens on your birthday. Brain cells just automatically go like, oh, 46, cutting off. we're turning off these brain cells. You're no longer allowed access to this portion of your brain. Good luck, sir. You're just like, oh, that's awesome. Brain power just lost 10%. Nah, man, I really can't remember what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, thank you, Pantheon. See, Pantheon is the man. Paul Pelosi. I'm gonna give you guys a website that is so cool. I thought I couldn't find it for the longest time, and I actually have it. That is exactly what it was. Check this website out. This website, if you want to know the answers to these kind of questions, oh shoot, what did I just do? I did not mean to do that. Oh no. Hold on a second. All right, all right. Let me try this one more time. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you guys a website. This is probably like one of my in regards to the whole like which senators and congressmen and women own these shares with whatever it is that they own. If you want to know that information, check this out. Go to that website right there. Coolest website I've ever seen in regards to giving you a breakdown as to what it is people are invested in the House and the Senate. I mean, just go check it out. That's all I got to say. I'm not even going to show it to you, but it's so cool. I don't remember where I got. I think I may have gotten it off of Reddit. Excuse me. But it is by far one of the coolest places to see where you can go look up who's invested in what. I think the cooler part about it is that it gives you a breakdown based on their political standing, right? Whether it be left or right, what they're invested in. So, I mean, I'm not telling you guys you have to go check it out, but if you're curious about where your senators and congressmen and women are invested in the market, I think that's a great site to go to. You're welcome, Tom. Thick says for the reverse repo today, I'm going for my birthday year, 1.986. Man, that is a great year. 1986. There's like so much good music coming out at that time. I feel a little bit bad for you, Thick. Like you missed out on like the '80s music because you probably really didn't start like getting into music till you were like maybe seven or older, which means that you were starting to. I mean, you're getting in when grunge was popular, and there was a lot of good music in the '90s, which is great for you. But there's some good stuff that you missed out on in the '80s. Some really decent stuff. I'm sure you've gone back and researched and everything, but Serbika, thank you very much. Oh, Cassius, I saw that you put 1.14. It's too late. I saw it, and you retracted it. You guys, it's 2 point something. It's got to be 2 point something. There it is. Cassius come back with 2.14. Let me look at the numbers real quick here because I have no idea what it's going to be. But the last day's numbers was 2.164. I'm going to go with 2.21. No, 2.2. 2.21. 2.211. That's what I'm going to go with. 2.22. 2.211. Donald says 80s were the best. I'm laughing at what Amy says. Is Pantheon here to provide a special birthday dance for Casey? Uh, no dancing allowed. I'll tell you what though, Amy. Um, I probably shouldn't say this. I really shouldn't say this, but mm, I really shouldn't say it. Tony Denaro wished me a happy birthday. He was very kind. He made me he made me laugh probably harder than I've laughed. I'm not going to share, but I laughed. That's all I'm going to say. Pantheon says, Amy R, I'll do a birthday dance for Casey, the Cabbage Patch, to the Running Man, to the Moonwalk, to the Worm. That's pretty funny. Thick says I'll adjust to 2.086. So Thick thinks that it's going to come back down a little bit further. It might. It might drop a little bit further, Thick. You might. I have a feeling you might be more right than I am. Yeah, Kathy, I'm not going to share. There's some things I just can't share. It's just not. It's not appropriate. But uh, you know, it made me laugh, and that's what counts. It got me to smile. Pantheon says I almost threw out my hip just writing that. We're on a nice little trend run up here, guys. I would have suspected on this broadening ascending wedge here. I would have expected price to drop out of this the bottom line of support here and fall back down to this level of about $15 here before breaking upwards. The price that it was supposed to break up to upwards once it had broken out of this, which only had a 62% chance of happening, but if it had broken out of this ascending broadening wedge down to that 15 range, then it would have popped back up to around 1630. So maybe it just didn't have the pressure to bounce down Maybe we see this rise up to 1630 without that breakout. We'll have to see what happens. 1615 technically though is the number I'm waiting to see break. We really need to break through that pretty. Yeah, Kathy just said 1615 first. I agree. We got to break that 1615. It's a hard set number. Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Um, the Big Tramp says Casey I'm on Major Tom's Discord. He said he doesn't see AMC squeezing unless the SPY runs. Your thoughts? I can understand why he would say that because right now we are very tied to the SPY. But what I would suggest is that any institutionalist who looks at just the numbers and the trends would probably tell you that we're not going to deviate from what's happening with the SPY unless they start thinking about, well, what happens when margins can no longer be met and collaterals needed, and they simply failed to deliver on their margin requirements. If that were to happen, then you would suddenly start seeing price rise on AMC without seeing the SPY run. So you will more than likely see the SPY run when that does occur, because if margin requirements aren't being met for AMC, then they're not being met for other plays as well. So SPY will probably run during that period of time, but I don't think SPY is running I don't think SPY is causing the run. It's the runs that are causing the SPY to go up. So it's almost like a reverse relationship, right? So it's like SPY doesn't control the prices of individual securities. SPY is a conglomeration of all those securities moving and what they look like as a unison. So if you've got a bunch of different stocks that are just absolutely ripping in price, and that makes up the SPY, then the SPY is going to start going up with it. But it won't be for very long. BC, thank you. Micah, yes. For tonight, we're gonna go out to Maggiano's for some dinner. Us and the family, and then afterwards we're gonna go to Top Golf and have some fun at Top Golf, and call it a night and pretend like I never aged a year, because I don't want to age anymore. I'm done. The American Trader says 1986. 1986, nothing could stop us. The music was the shit. We modded our bikes and we could go as far as we could, or as far as our bikes could take us, as long as we were back before dark, me and the boys. I'm with you, dude. You remember when we used to put two different things in the spokes? We either put Garbage Pail Kids, baseball cards, or, well, I think those are the only two cards I ever put in my spokes, or those little spoke things that would like slide up and down your spokes. Unless you had one of those bikes that had the plastic spokes and it was like a really big one, then you probably didn't do that. You just did the baseball card, uh, garbage pail kid card trick. But yeah, those were the days, and you just ride. It depends on what time frame you're looking at, Haze Monster. It's not -7. If you're looking short term, it's -2. If you're looking longer term, it's more like -4. BioLife Hemp says, "Wow, Warren Buffett's right hand, Charlie Munger, talking serious crypto crash." I'm telling you guys, we're I hate to say 2 weeks away, but we're really close to seeing that next big downwards movement on the crypto. It's getting close, super close here. Not much longer. Maybe a week or two, tops. Alrighty, guys, it's time to take a look at some of the numbers. I'm actually 11 minutes past and I didn't realize it. Oh, AP said playing cards. That's right. I forgot about playing cards. Never did balloons. Suck 'em, Sally. Oh, man. Yes, War Dog, and the reason for that is that I think most of the inside trades that were done through their significant others. Like, for example, with Nancy Pelosi, it was her husband that bought into a company who was buying long positions. So it was almost like they did like try to separate themselves as much as possible from showing that they were invested in it because he invested into a company that wasn't indirectly buying into AMC. Thank you, Pantheon. I appreciate it, man. Young at heart, old in the face. I try to stay young as I can, man. Uh, uh, I don't know. Trying. Sometimes though, when kids step on your grass, you just can't help yourself, and you're just like, uh, get off my grass, you fart knockers. But whatever. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Perfect timing. Let me pull up a couple screens on the side here, and we'll take a look at our numbers and see what the heck is going on here. All right, as far as off exchange goes, they've been suppressing price a lot through off exchange today. But let's take a look and see how much it's really at right now. 63% in the off exchange an hour ago and 11.34 in the EDGX. That has changed to 64.15% through the off exchange and 10.97 through EDGX, giving us a total of 75.12% of our total volume. That is over 3/4 of our volume heading through the off exchanges. It's enormous. I can't even. That's so much. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. In terms of Ortex data, I got to move on, or I'm just going to get stuck on that. In terms of Ortex data here, an hour ago it was 197,000 shares having been returned. It's now a 717,000 share borrow, which will raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.45%. Cost to borrow max is at 14.65, average is at 11.71, and min is at 10.18. Shares on loan is at 136.87, which is about 1.7 million less than it was yesterday. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago at $16 strike price for the calls, 18.8 thousand contracts was the highest amount. It's now 21.6. On puts at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.7 thousand contracts. There's now 12.2. Less than a 2-to-1 ratio, but getting close. Still, the market is still signaling for a 16 to 15 or 15 to 16 closing price for the day today. So around 1550, at least at this time. And taking a look at Fidelity's highest, most traded stocks, AMC is coming in at 11th with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio, and GME coming in at 16th with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. I do believe that we are losing some of our buying pressure to GME, but that's kind of understandable. I mean, they do have a stock split coming up, and I think a lot of people are banking on that and making the money. Trigger price for SSR is $14.04. Shares having been borrowed is no change. Fees are at 9.6. Stonko Tracker has reported so far for the day-to-day 1.5 million shares having been borrowed. Currently, there's 508.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the call contracts and 79.8 thousand contracts in the money. 164.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.25, Dow Jones is down 0.34, and the S&P 500 is down 0.01. We currently have a pretty even market, but just slightly leaning towards the downside with 3,400 decliners to 3,274 advancers. The VIX is down 1.72, the IWB is down 0.05, IWD is down 0.19, IWM is up 0.12, Tesla up 3.12, Amazon is up 1.69, Cinemark up 0.69, Doge is up 0.7, Bitcoin is up 2.37 and at 19.7 K per coin. GME is up 2.83, HYMC is down 3.77, Hood is up 0.36, NCMI is up 2.44, and AMC is up 0.99%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $22 million more of outflow than inflow. Total amount of shares traded so far for the day today. After 228 minutes, I'm getting an average pace around 43.2 million shares traded for the day. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I think we're going to hit that pace. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.3, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.5, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last hour. And we have RSI at 60.68, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers throughout the day. But RSI is currently at 58.77, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.15, which is above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Kathy says, it took me 4 days to get my account number out of the free trade to transfer those shares over to iWeb, where I have established is much better and a legit exchange. Let's see the hiccups we encounter now. Keep us posted on that, Kathy. I'm just kind of curious. MGTO says inflation at 9%, 9.1. Pump it, then dump it. BC says age is just a number, Casey. Oh. So what you're saying is that all these body aches and pains are just fake, synthetic. When you turn life into talking about synthetics constantly, that's when you know you've gone too far. Forrest says, hey Casey, happy shave off half your beard day, aka happy birthday. Thank you. I love the win says 16. I want to see 16-15. We got to break that. What was the thrill? Did we get the thrilly in yet? Thick or oh, there it is right there. Repo for today is 2.155 thrilly. Previous was 2.146. So it did go up, but not nearly as much as I thought. I thought it was going to be 2.211. I think that's what I wrote down somewhere. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, I thought I wrote it down. I could have sworn I wrote that. Ariel says, who knew we would be green? I wouldn't have guessed it, Ariel. The Big Tramp says, I have a question. If I move my shares from Robinhood to Weeeeee or any other broker, do they charge? Typically, yes. Curtis says, birthday soapbox on your thoughts on about dark pools. I think a lot of shares are traded through the off exchange in order to avoid price discovery, although it cannot hide volume. The volume is still reported, however, the price is reported, but it doesn't really affect the overall price that's occurring on the lit market. So you'll see volume. The volume will be there. You just won't see price movement based off of that. So that's why you see really high volume amounts. This is part of the reason why you're putting me on a soapbox. This is why you see average 3-month volume or your average daily volume being really super high in contrast to your total float. So there's only really like 2 reasons why you would typically see a high average 3-month volume versus your free float. One of them would be either, well, I'm gonna lump 2 reasons into one category. Either price is moving way up or way down like really fast, like a huge buy or a huge sell that's occurring, right? And if you're not seeing that, if you're not seeing like huge price movements upwards or huge price decreases in a stock play, then what I would suggest to you is that if it's an abnormally amount of high volume that's occurring, is that there's a lot of synthetic shares that are being traded through the off exchanges. So in regards to your question about dark pools, I do believe that that's why you typically tend to see exorbitantly high amounts of volume that are occurring on stocks that are shorted heavily. Yucca Frida said, mind over matter, Casey. That's right. Just think it and it'll happen. I wish that were the case. Easter Beast, thank you. I'm over here in the cart, and well, it's the Big Tramp. Yeah, this is me over here. I love to win says I called TDA to see if they are lending my shares out, and they said they go into a pool. So yes, if you have a margin account, even if you don't use it. I don't know if you've seen my description. I know it's not very common for probably people to take a look at the description of a channel, but the description in my channel here is loaded with tons of good information. Really, really good information. And I'll just put it there for any reason at all. I'm limited to how much I can say. If I could put more, I probably would. But rule number 3, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after trading. Cash account, no margin accounts. I can't stress that enough. But it is your money and it's your choice. Ultimately, you have to make those decisions. For me personally, I think that's a great rule to live by, especially when you're involved in a short squeeze play. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can go back and look what happened in historically. Easter Beast says about $75 charge to move. That's about what I think I've heard from the past as well. Although I think that there was a limit on how many shares you could trade at $75. I may be incorrect on that, but check into it. There may be a limit on how many shares you can trade at that price. Janice says, not sure you saw my post about asking why Adam Aaron keeps saying the number 4. I don't think he'd do a 4-to-1 stock split. I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it is, Jana. I really wish I did. Anything that I say is going to be speculation only, though. I really don't know the answer. Micah says, Casey, do you realize that when we hit MOASS, that many of us in this community will never forget you and your amazing DD that you shared with us and your continued commitment with AMC? Um, I think, Micah, my hopes is that we're going to be tied together after this is done, not just during. I hope that we continue down the road learning from each other, because we're going to be in a unique position to where people are going to want to tell us how to spend our money, tell us where we should spend our money, tell us how we shouldn't spend our money. And the only way that we're going to learn from that, the only way that we're going to learn from mistakes is from each other. So my hopes is, and I have a place for us to go after this is all said and done. My hopes is that we'll still continue to remain a community and talk, because we have a lot to learn from each other and our mistakes. Francis says, Casey, do you think that AMC and Gmail will do some sort of partnership? They were in a discussion ages ago. Maybe the talks did not get anywhere. I don't know. That's a great question. Curtis says, speaking of POS companies, did you see where Robinhood is asking customers for security lending? I'm thinking they know POF is going away, or that they're just trying to make a crap ton of money on the front side of a squeeze. There's that as a possibility too. But they're not the only broker, Curtis. Fidelity's asked their customers. Don't be surprised. What are our brokers designed to do? They're designed to make money, right? They're not here to just play hopscotch, right? All I could think of was hopscotch when I said hopscotch. They're not here to play hopscotch. They're here to make money. And every single one of the brokers, doesn't matter who it is, and if they can try to make money off of retail that doesn't understand what that means, or how much money that they could potentially make off of those people, they're going to do it. They will absolutely do it, because that's what they're designed to do. Mysterious Motorsports says, Casey Shaw, Merrill Lynch is trying to get my AMC account to be transferred to a managed account. They are trying to get me out of my positions. Beware, guys. Wow. How does that work? Well, please DM me and let me know what it is that they're saying to you. I'm really curious. How are they suggesting that they force you into a managed account? Yes, Yakafrida. Bent Chameleon says, you can't get rid of me that easy. Okay. Oh, okay. MG Toe said that the kids told me some guys were giving out candy from their van. Bring me back some. It's only free Wi-Fi. Thank you, Micah. Did she wish me happy? I did miss it. Hold on a second. Pam. Yep, I see it. Stopping by to wish you a happy birthday, Casey. Have a wonderful. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate it. I did miss it. I can't catch them all, guys. I'm not a freaking Pokemon trainer. I try. Thank you, Pam, so much. I appreciate it. And in case she's not in here, guys, I'm going to go over to her Discord, which I'm a part of now. Yeah. And I'll say thank you. AP says, should there be serious legal action taken for their SEC, DTCC institutions all involved illegal preparation and manipulation of the market? Yeah, I think there should be. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate it. Oh man, Brenda, if only you knew. I've tried sitting crisscross applesauce because that's what the kids call it these days. I've tried sitting crisscross applesauce for a little while. I think like 10 minutes and my legs are dead. I stand up and I'm like, I can't feel my leg. I have no more legs. They're gone. Fuzzy, thank you for the happy birthday wish. Thank you, Marco. Guys, don't forget that it's Thick's birthday as well. Happy birthday, Thick. War Dog says, happy birthday. How does 29 feel? Well, you see, son. Uh, yeah, we're going to go with 29 because, it's close enough. More like 92. Mysterious Motorsport says, how do I DM you? They called me just now and told me due to the volatility of the market, my money will be safer under a managed account at this time. I told them maybe later. I tell them kick rocks. I'd say how about you just go ahead and well, I don't know. I can't tell you what I would say. uh, how can you DM me? Twitter. In the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you should see my Twitter and Reddit accounts. You can message me on either one of those two, or you can send me a message. Where else can you send me a message? There's another way on Discord. On Discord as well. I can provide a link for Discord if you need that. Mysterious says, if they were worried about my account and the volatility, why didn't they call me 2 months ago? I agree. Fight that big time, Mysterious. I mean, it's your money, it's your choice, but um, be angry. You let them know. You let them know who's boss. Don't let them boss you around. It's your money and you've invested it the way you want it invested. Don't let them try to take control. Brenda, I thought it was a great one. That was awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's just I can't get off the floor already. It's a great one for somebody normally 46 years old, but this guy can already get off the floor. Just doesn't happen very well or easily. Yale says to tell them to suck a um um I can't read it. I was gonna change it. I was gonna say you can't even change the word. You said donkey. I can't change the word donkey. A mule's uh, pecker. I don't know what to say. Tom Thomas says I've transferred my AMC shares internally in Fidelity from margin to cash account. It took them 3 days to do it. I think I think in the long run, Tom, I think you're going to feel much better about that position. You'll be able to. I think you'll enjoy that position much better. That's all I can say. It's probably not a bad choice. Mysterious Motorsports says my first AMC buy-in was at 240 a share. Lucky dog. You got in way. You're ahead of your times, sir. Way ahead of your times. A mule's cockle. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. Tell him to suck a mule's cockle. Brenda, Brenda, uh, I'm really happy for you. The fact that you can sit crisscross applesauce at 59, that's awesome. Keep on doing it. Don't let it go. I have really bad scoliosis. I'm trying to remember the degree. I think it's a 38 degree curvature of the spine. When you see a picture of my back, I stand up straight. People can't tell in public that I have such a high degree of curvature. I stand up straight. Everything looks normal until you see an X-ray of my back and you see this like massive S curve in my back. And I'm telling you right now, Brenda, the reason that I stand up straight, the reason that I look normal, the reason that I'm mobile or have any mobility at all is because I use it. So keep using it, Brenda. Keep sitting the applesauce, crisscross applesauce for as long as you can. Keep using it and use it and use it and use it. It's like Pantheon said earlier, stay young. Don't let those things don't let those things fade away from you. Keep doing them. You got to keep that body limber. Casey, I just discovered that the chat is set to default as top chat. When you change it to live chat, then you can see messages that don't show up in the top chat. I did not know that. Yeah, I always have to change it before I start the stream. I change it to live chat because it defaults to top chat. So I always change that. Well, most of the time, I'd say like 95% of the time I change it and I don't forget. But the only reason I do that, Pantheon, is because I, well, the only reason I figured it out was because of the fact that I had people who were coming in saying first, and then there's like this like big fight between people about who was first and who was second. And that's when I realized that it was doing top chat, so I had to start sorting by live so I could say congratulations to the right person every single time. Yucca Frida says, if you can sit at 33 degrees, Casey, that would make you a Freemason by default. I've been sitting at 38 degrees since I was in high school. Ah, okay, Pantheon, I see. Yeah, I kind of discovered it by accident, I think. And it was just from people coming in saying first. We did come back down here a little bit, guys. We hit 1593 as a top. Let me just see if that's a new high. Where's my numbers? Nope, 1614. 1614 is the high we're waiting to break. We're still traveling up this ascending, broadening wedge. Yucca Frida says, Casey, that makes you an Illuminati at 38 degrees. I think I'm over 40 now. As I get older, the curvature gets worse and worse. I was 38. I was 38 degrees. So when you have scoliosis, they recommend surgery when you hit 40% because then you risk some of your internal organs getting punctured by your rib cage. Because your rib cage at 40% curvature of your spine, your rib cage starts to impact some of your internal organs that can get punctured. So I was 38 when I was in high school. They gave me a back brace. I may be saying the wrong numbers. I might be saying it off by 10%. It might have been 28. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but it doesn't really matter. It's either 28 or 38. Anyways, when you break the threshold of 30 or 40, whichever number it is, they recommend getting surgery done because at that point you're risking your life if your rib cage pokes a vital organ. I'm pretty certain that I'm over that percentage now. I'm actually like I think it was like either 43 or 33, whichever. I'm pretty sure it was 43%. And it's crazy when you see a picture. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I have. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I have a picture of my spine. It's insane looking. Because you know, you would never guess it by just looking at me that I have a spine that's jacked up like that. But I remember when I was a kid in high school, my parents took me to a place where they were going to fit me with a back brace to wear so that it could keep my spine from getting worse as I was growing. And so they had me do all these tests and they were measuring everything. And one of the tests was the doctor told me to, to bend over and touch my. Yes, he said to bend over and touch your toes and without bending your knees. And I was actually limber enough to where I could bend over without bending my knees and flat palm the floor. And the doctor was absolutely amazed. He was like, "That's insane. Like you shouldn't be able to do what it is that you're doing with a curvature that big." And unfortunately, I've lost some of my limberness over time. But the reason I'm saying what I said to you, Brenda, is don't lose it. When you stop using it, you lose it. Micah says, Casey, you know you're getting old when you go to an antique auction and three people bid on you. I just want to quote the price right now. I know somebody earlier had mentioned it'd be helpful if I quoted price more often. It is 1575 right now. We're up 0.95% for those of you who are listening. I haven't been doing it very well. I got to get into a new habit of doing that, so I apologize. I'll try harder. Yucca Frida, I don't think you're supposed to say those things out loud. No, the running. I don't think the run. Actually, to be very honest with you, Danny, weight. Uh, weight. The more weight that you have is the more gravity you put on your spine. The more gravity you put on your spine, the more over time, the more bending it gets. So, I was in some of the healthiest shape that I was in when I was doing triathlons, and it actually was better. I had less weight on me, less stress on the spine, so the curvature was great, and I had no problems. Full mobility when I was in tip-top shape. Captain Awesome says, "Hey guys, how are we looking? Can you tell me the hedgies are panicking without telling me?" Yeah, we had 195 million shares on loan, and we're down to 138. And they're buying short-term loans that cost them more to close out those positions. That's how you know. Marco, I don't know, man. I thought for sure SSR would trip, yesterday. If not yesterday, today. If not today, tomorrow. And I'm just gonna keep pushing it forward. But I really do feel like with this much upwards momentum, I think there's going to be a big pushback day here soon. I'm not sure when it's going to be. But yeah, you're not wrong. I've said it. I said Tuesday was going to be the day. It wasn't it. Um, I do think it's coming though. Beach guy says keep your core strong. That is pretty key. That's what I've been told. Stockways says so that number down is panic. It's more risk management. If they suspect price is going to run up, they can't. They don't want those shares to be remain on loan or in short interest. It's very very bullish to close that out. It doesn't happen right away, StockWiz. I mean, we have. If you want to look at it, um, I don't think you're going to see necessarily a 20 or 30% run in a single day right away. But in terms of looking at how much we've moved in the last just 4 days alone, let me add it up for you. We've moved up 22.76% in the last 4 days alone. You divide it by 4, and we've averaged 5.69% over 4 days. So, in regards to, price not moving very much, if you look from 626 all the way up to current date 712, not including today, we're up 28.2%. And that's including adding in the days where we were down. So I feel like we've moved up significantly. A quarter over a quarter percent is not anything to just uh, it's not anything to scoff at. War Dog, Marco. I haven't played Marco Polo for so long in a pool. Let's see. We got about 10 more minutes before I look at the numbers again. Stockway says, "Can I ask you this, Casey? Are you not surprised that we didn't have our run yet compared to last year, and also keeping in mind environment is in bad shape compared to last year?" In all honesty, Stockwiz, I really think that we should have ran in June of last year. I was 100% sure that we were going to run at that point in time. And the only thing that stopped us from running was a dilution of 51.5 million shares that went into the market. I'm not blaming anybody. There's no reason for us to sit there and dwell on the past and look at it and say, oh, woe is this, but I'm telling you right now that had it not been for those 51.5 million shares making into the market, we would have squozed last June last year. Period. End of story. Like it was over. It was done. This thing was taken off and there was no stopping it. But those 51.5 million shares made it into the market and it completely ended everything on the spot. We've been trying to recover from that for a year now. So, in regards to share dilution, it's advantageous to a company, but you have like the share dilution in regards to a squeeze it ruins it. It is what it is. I'll tell you this. In some ways, it was a good thing. Why? Because it turned our squeeze play into the fat boy of a nuclear bomb, into the mother of all short squeezes. And we have so much more potential on upwards movement now than we had before because of that extra share dilution. So we're getting a bigger hole. Stockwiz, it's basically one person who's Marco shuts their eyes and has to say Marco in the pool, and everybody else who has their eyes open say Polo, and the person who's Marco has to go around or the person who's shouting Marco has to go around and try to tag somebody so that they're it. It's just a game of tag in a pool. Sometimes people get out of the pool, they run around, and then they jump back into the pool to avoid being tagged. Those are kind of alternate rules. Some people will decide to make that uh, as a possibility. And if the person who's Marco says fish out of water, when that person's running outside the pool, then that person is automatically considered tagged and becomes the new person who's it. But it's a fun. I mean, it's just a game of tag in the pool. The only problem is the person who's supposed to be it tagging people typically, depending on age, doesn't always close their eyes all the time. so, so there's that. Oh, and then there's other little kind of like side rules too. Like some people play where, um, and you have to say polo when they say Marco. That's part of the rules. You have to say polo. Some people will play rules that if you dive underwater, that as soon as you come up, you have to say polo because you've changed your location. The Big Tramp says, Casey, I know you said a big run is coming in 2 weeks, haha, but with Fib now high, you see this run. How do you see this? I'm not sure what you mean by that question, but um, I'm not sure what you mean by the question. Are you using a Fibonacci to guesstimate as to how high price levels? Like, are you using my Fibonacci's? Or are you using like what fib are you using? Nana Ape says, "Oh my gosh, had my daughter was here crying her eyes out. She has been saving all her life and can't get SSI because she has 13,000 in access. She doesn't need the stress with can't." Hmm. I don't I don't know. I wish I could help you on that, Nana. I guess I don't know what state you're in, and I don't want you to tell me, but I just want to say that depending on the state that you're in, there are I think there are a lot of options that are out there in regards to healthcare. I know when people can't afford healthcare, they can still get treatment. Um, it doesn't necessarily mean that she can't get treatment. There are options. Don't let her give up on hope um, just because she's been denied something one time. That's our government. Don't give up hope on one refusal. Keep looking. January 2021 was a black swan. May, June was a squeeze. Hmm. I think, Wired, that the only reason the price moved up on AMC in January of last year was because GME went up. They couldn't control price across the board once that happened. So uh, I think that what was happening with GME was not a black swan event, though. And I think there was a bit of a gamma squeeze on May June. Well, I'll toast to that in about an hour here, Nana. But yeah, like Beach Guy says, just let it go. That whole other subject matter, I've let it go. I would just encourage you guys to let it go as well. It'll work itself out on its own. There's no need to. There's just no need to create more drama and even entertain the attempts to get there to be drama. Stockwiz says, agreed, Casey. You see that sometimes now. Only they can only control like a couple of the memes at once. I want to share something with you, Stockwiz, because you mentioned that. Give me just a second. I got to open up a page here because I don't have this folder open since I last rebooted. Oops. Give me just 1 second while I open this. I thought this was like a really cool um, diagram. This is not my diagram. But I was on a Discord for a while that somebody had invited me to, and another individual on the Discord had a picture, and I had shared my Suck Squeeze Bang below, and they said, "Wow, that's really cool," because I have a different car part here that they liken to uh, what we're seeing have happen with stocks in general. So let me just copy this real quick here. And I copied it down because I thought it was so cool. I was like, man, I love how when engineer types use like engine functioning parts to describe movement. But I told them, I said, I think that there's a couple things wrong with your rear rotating rear end assembly. And so what he has here, and I don't know if you're mechanically inclined, but this this cog right here moves out to a wheel. The right, it would be the left-hand wheel, I think, and then this would be the right-hand, or the right-hand's passenger side wheel, driver's side wheel. He's got GME over here on one wheel, and I told him, I said, I don't think you have AMC as one of, I forget what the name of these are here, but I don't think you have AMC here. I think, and I don't think you have the Fed here. I think AMC is one wheel, right? Because these are some of the biggest movements. And so what happens is sometimes, and this is how it used to be, uh, if you drive the car forward, both wheels are going to rotate forward at the same time. If you drive backwards, both wheels are going to turn at the same rate at the same time. If you turn the car into the right direction, one of these two wheels is going to spin faster than the other, while the other wheel spins slower. So if you have more buying pressure, say for example on AMC for one day, then all you do is you turn the car towards the opposite direction and you get less buying pressure on AMC and you get more buying pressure on GME instead. And so you've altered or changed things. So, and then I said these other, I forget what these are called. I think these are differentiators. Shoot, I can't remember what these are called. But this is BB right here, right? BB is one of these right here. These kind of help balance these. So these other smaller type companies in here, that might have been BB. This might be BBBY, or it could also, a lot of different stocks could be involved in this right here. You could have, I don't know, whatever you guys want to name off. You could put in. I'm trying to think of all the other ones right now, and it's not coming. It's not coming to my head. But not Nokia was, or not Noke. Was it Noke? I don't remember. I don't remember all the other stock names. But you know what I'm talking about. A lot of the other small meme stocks that were pushing things. Mulan, Koss, you name it. Those are kind of the differential cogs that help to rotate the movement between the main ones that are big problems like GME and AMC. And then your economy is basically everything is your main cog, right? This is like SPY, or maybe your ETFs is the economy, right? Your ETFs are pushing that, and then your short hedge funds are the main driving source as to which direction price is going to be moving, or the power. And so I said really the short head, this main gear right here is not really the short hedge funds. It's really the market makers, right? Because they're moving the market, which does happen to be one in particular short hedge fund that has both roles. But I thought this was actually a really, while I don't think it was labeled correctly, I do think that it was a great analogy of what it is that you're talking about, as far as like when they turn direction one way or the other, they allow more pressure to be applied to GME versus AMC. You see more movement in one than you do in the other, and then vice versa. They'll turn the other direction, and it just depends on where the buying pressure is coming from. If they have too much buying pressure coming from one direction, then they turn the car in the opposite and say, okay, well then we'll let the buying pressure happen over here, and we'll cause, it's where can we drive investors to move to the other direction? We'll turn and force people into looking at something else. Look at this over here, because this is we're going to turn towards this. And as they do, you see driving pressure for those other particular stocks moving down in value. I'm reading through your guys' comments. Pro Jeweler is what I was, Nana, that's what I was talking about, what Pro Jeweler is saying. Doctors write off thousands of dollars on patients they can't collect on every year, and some do it out of charity. Look and find that doctor that has a heart. Yeah. Porter says just touched in. Is that the rear torque vectoring differential for Audi S5? I don't know. That's a great question, Porter. Spider gears. Yes, thank you, Yale. I just got to your comment. Those are spider gears. That's exactly what they are. I forgot what they were titled. Yeah, that's indeed what they are. They are spider gears. No, Danny, I really I know I get that comment a lot about, like when I try to relate to car parts. It's just that I know that people get it. I know that there's people out there that have car minds. And so if I can think of an example to relate uh, to y'all so that you understand how it works, then it's a perfect analogy, right? If I can give you an analogy that can get stuck in your brain and you understand how things are working the way they're working, then perhaps maybe you've learned something. And I think that's a good thing. So, but I'm really not that into cars. I'm really not. I just happened to go through auto shop when I was younger. And I mean, I enjoy engineering. Danny, that's what I enjoy. I understand what makes things move and why things move the way that they move, and I like to pick apart why things work the way they work. So you can blame me for that. but but liking cars in general, I just don't care. I'm not that huge on cars. Brian says, "How does it feel being a YouTube celebrity?" I'm not. Believe it or not, Brian, when I went to the movies up in Dallas, I had one person who asked me if I was a YouTuber. One. One person, that was it. Yes, StockWiz. Yes. Yeah, yes, this is exactly the reason why. This is if they can move investors to place pressure on the other side, that's them steering the car in the opposite direction. If they know moving the stock market towards that direction will help to reduce the buying pressure that's occurring on a particular move, then that's what they will do. So it's simply just two different wheels, right? Two major wheels that are major problems for them and that are signed a rotating value, and everything else is a gear ratio that helps to either reduce or create more wheel movement. Yucca Frida says, Casey, here I thought you boosted cars with all that knowledge. No, I really, I mean, I like cars. I think they're cool. They're just not my, I don't care. I really don't care what's under the hood. I care about how they look. Look what I'm sitting in. I think this thing's cool as hell. It wasn't Tony, but that's pretty funny myself. Yes, I do like the Big Tramp. Nana, I'm not trying. I just wanted you to know. I want you to know I'm not ignoring what it is you're saying. I'm reading what it is you're saying, but um, if there was something I could do, I would do something. But unfortunately, there's nothing I can do, and I feel so bad for you and your daughter's position. I mean, it sounds really, really crappy. Um, I know that there's people in this community who probably can help out better than I can, and I'm sure that those people will give you plenty of advice and tell you what to look out for. For example, like that comment, finding a doctor that will write off the treatment. Um, I wish there was something more that I could do. I really do. Being a cancer survivor myself, I really wish there was more I could do. War Dog says, I've been a mechanic for over 30 years. When you use those analogies, I understand it a lot quicker. I hope I hope so. I hope it kind of resonates. That that particular analogy that I put up there, I think was a great analogy. They just had some of their labels in the wrong spots, but they were on the right track though. They were absolutely on the right track. And so when you see things like today, like when you see GME rising 3.7%, but you only see AMC up 0.45, and you go like, well, why aren't they running, neck and neck? And I go like, well, if you look at the pattern on how it's trading, what do they look like in difference? Do they look similar, but speed is just the difference? That's the answer, right? Like there's not really much of a difference in the pattern of the trades. It's just the speed at which it got to the price that it got to. So that's really truly and honestly the answer for why you're seeing a difference in there's no, we didn't deviate. We're still trending the same direction. One just had more speed. That means they're turning the market. They're turning a market in a certain direction because they're trying to distract. Move the attention to something else. Get the market to move someplace else, and apply less pressure. And I'm not saying that AMC needs more pressure right now. I'm sure they're probably trying to drive away from GME at this point. But um, people know that there's a 4-1, 4-4-1 split coming. There's not much they can do about that. You're not disrupting at all, Nana. Please don't feel like you got to change anything that you're saying. You just keep being you. Prayers it is. But yeah, you just keep being you. Don't stop being you. Alrighty, guys, it's time for the numbers. Let's look at them. I'm going to log into Fidelity real quick here. Taking you guys over to the other page. Move over a couple screens and we'll take a look at the numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point. Wait for the big tramp to show back up on the page before you ask questions directly to me. Otherwise, I won't see them. Let's take a look at off exchange first. An hour ago it was 64.15 in the off exchange, and the EDGX was at 10.97. Those numbers are now 64.68 and 10.84, which is 75.52%, putting us at an all-time high for the day today in off exchange movement. Over 3/4 of our total volume is going into the off exchange for the day, which means price discovery is being heavily suppressed. Taking a look at borrowed change amount. An hour ago, there was a borrow of 717,000 shares. It's now a return. They've gone back and forth on this all day long today. It's a return of 223,000 shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short interest percentage of the free float to 18.38%. CTB max is at 14.65, cost of borrow average is at 11.75, and CTB min is at 10.18. Percentage free float on a loan is at, shares on loan is at 136.87, which is 1.7 million lower than what it was yesterday. And at a call strike price of $16 an hour ago, there was 21.6 thousand contracts. There's now 24.6. On the puts, at a $15 strike price, there was 12.2 thousand contracts. There's now 13.5. Not quite a 2-to-1 ratio, but getting close. Market is still signaling for a closing price somewhere between $15 and $16. Orders by Fidelity customers based off of orders, even though I just said that twice. AMC is coming in at 11th with 54% buys to 46% sales, and GME is coming in 13th with 67% buys to 33% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $14.04. Shares available to borrow is 350,000 shares. There's been no change in the last hour, and fees are still stuck at 9.5, or actually they dropped from 9.6 to 9.5, perhaps to try and get some more lending. So far for the day today, they've borrowed 1.5 million shares. 508.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 79.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 164.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.04, Dow Jones is down 0.65, and the S&P 500 is down 0.32. We currently have 3,594 decliners to 3,129 advancers. The market is indeed declining. The VIX is down 0.33, IWB is down 0.32, IWD is down 0.49, IWM is up 0.1. Tesla is up 3.33, Amazon is up 1.42, Cinemark is up 0.7. Doge is up 0.66, Bitcoin is up 2.02, GME is up 4.04, HYMC is down 4.25, Hood is down 0.24, NCMI is down 0.31, and AMC is up 0.19%. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $25 million more in outflow than inflow. We're about 1 million shares away from crossing into my lower prediction in volume for the day today, which was 30 to 50 million. We're getting ready to break into 30 right now. Let's see how many shares we're going to average by the end of the day. We're on pace for 39.3 million shares traded for the day today. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.99, which is just below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.96, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure by a large amount, with RSI at 57.09, which is just above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers today, an RSI at 53.2, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.47, which is just below average. It does look like we're about ready to get that breakout here of this ascending broadening wedge. Said that wrong. Ascending broadening wedge, and to me it looks like price should fall back down to the secondary touching point, although I think this was supposed to be the secondary touching point but never got there. So my guess is we'll probably actually fall down maybe to the 15.30 range instead of the $15 range. So we'll probably fall back down to that 15.30 range, and then maybe if there's enough time left in the day, we may see price try to run back up to 16.30, although it'll probably never make it there in time. That's what this pattern is signaling for. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. It's also Harrison Ford's birthday today, I think. Jean-Luc Picard. Make it so. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate the happy birthday wishes. Yeah, I'm with you, Danny. Rent's too damn high, and so are hospital bills. Um, Cassius says, dang, this is why it's so important to get the info out there that if you buy direct route to lit exchanges. I agree, Cassius. The problem is the amount of support. I'm gonna straight off admit I'm super bad about trying to be convicted about telling people to buy lit market. I suggest it quite often, but I don't push it as often as I probably should. It is very important to try to buy from the lit market or lit exchange if possible. If you notice on the description box of this channel, I only have it under levels of participation as being number 3. That's terrible, right? Like, I mean, next to buy and hold, buying lit market is probably the next most important thing. But I got it set up as 3. Why? Because I put level 2 as being when you buy, slap the ask. You know why? Because so many people buy low. They buy low, and that all that does is it helps price to move down further. Buying at market price is way more important than buying it at some kind of limit price. That's how you drive price upwards. That's how you get price to move. But so many of us just want to buy at some limit that we've set up for ourselves. We're trying to get the best price we possibly can, and that's not how you drive price up. But making sure you buy at the lit market through your broker is probably also very equally as important. And I don't do enough to push it, but I see it as one of those things where it's like I can't force people to do what they're going to do, and most of the time people just buy and they don't really care how they do it. So I'm kind of selective on some of the things that I talk about and how hard I push them, because I know trying to get participation is like it's like pulling teeth. It's a great question, Ross. I don't know. I thought there would have been more volatility today too. Hayden says, I just looked at Yahoo. AMC may finally surpass Cinemark. We're about 10 cents off right now. We're at 15.69 and they're at 15.79. Brenda, thank you for offering to help out. I appreciate that. No, Captain Awesome. I actually pulled it up earlier today. I'll pull it up again for you though. That's not today. Today is actually a low day on failure to delivers. So I'll show you the trend that I'm seeing, right? So if we pull up the past historical trends on this, like we ran in price by 13% on the 27th. And if you come over here to the failure to delivers on the 27th, what you're going to see here is that the failure to delivers that stacked on the 27th there wasn't many, right? Look at the second column right here. It's only 100,000 shares. But what happened the next day? The next day there was 1.1 million shares. So is it possible that they were buying the shares before they had to, right? If the failure to deliver date was the 28th, on the 27th, did they start buying those shares because they knew they were going to need them for the next day? Possible. Well, let's take a look at the next run up. The next run up in price that we had, the next big run up was $15.19 on the 7th. Let's go to the 7th. Well, look at that. Lo and behold, only 950,000 shares in failure to delivers. But look at the next day, 2.6 million shares. I'm starting to see a trend here. But today is 7/13, and there's only 482 today and 66,000 tomorrow. Really, really, really super low. The next time we hit into the millions is going to be on the 18th, which means that the 15th, the day before, could potentially be the next somewhat big run in values. But I'm not sold on this just as of yet. We'll have to continue to watch this and see how it reacts. Oops. Yeah, I know, Kale. No green beard for me. 75% of the dark pools equals no volatility. You know, this is why lit market is like he said, it's so important. I think failure delivers do matter, but we don't have to agree. It's okay. I think there's a lot of things that matter, but not a whole lot of them we can control. But the interesting thing apart the interesting part about all of this stock whiz is that there's nothing that we have to do other than what we've always done in the past. That's it. We don't have to do anything other than buying and holding. That's it. Super, super easy. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back at 2:10, and I'll toast you guys for my birthday and Thick's birthday. Hold on a second here. I got to write that down. I don't want to forget Thick's birthday. I got to toast him on his birthday. I could just see me forgetting. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head out of here. Let me get the message up here. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a little bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, guys. Good to see you again. Just Another Ape says, I'm back. That's Super Steven over there. Let's see here. It is that time of the day. It is the power hour. We had the dropout of the ascending broadening wedge. It did drop to, I was suggesting it would probably drop down to about 1534 earlier in the day. I thought it would drop down. If it had dropped right here and broken through, it probably would have dropped down to about 15. But instead, it broke out a little bit later, and I suggested that the drop down price would be somewhere around that 1534 price. Didn't quite make it down there. It only made it to 1530. Let's see here, 36. Real close. Is about 2 cents off. This signal should get a rebound and drive up to $16.30. Actually, maybe even a little bit more than that. However, I doubt that's going to play out since we probably don't have enough time in the day here, and they'll probably suppress price here as much as possible. So we may just see a closing a price really close to where we're at. And as we'll see here, as we look at the numbers with the options, we'll probably see that closing price for the day today somewhere between $15 and $16. $15.50 would be right there in the middle. So there is that. Let's see here. So, giving a toast. I'm going to toast to for all those people who have a birthday today, including Thick. Happy birthday to you, including myself. Not the myself that's on here, but me. Happy birthday to us, and to hopefully a great rest of the day today. Cheers. All right. Somebody asked yesterday what was I drinking. This is the Adventurous Ape with a twist. And the twist is it's 2 shots of Fireball whiskey and 1 shot of Kahlua. Casey, I'm hearing there are some gamma possibilities with July 15th. That's this Friday. This is a big yearly week in regards to options. When I go through the numbers here in just a second, particularly watch for the out of the money and in the money call options and put options, which I'll read off to you. But yeah, there's a significant amount of those set up. So let's go ahead and take a look. It's that time of the day anyways to do the numbers. So I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let me move over a couple screens here and we'll take a look at the data. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 64.68 in the off exchange and 10.84 in the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 64.74 in the off exchange and 10.69 in the EDGX. For a total of 75.43% of our total volume, we're over 3/4 of our total volume going into the off exchange today. Heavy price suppression going on. Taking a look at Ortex data here. As of an hour ago, there was a total of 223 shares having been returned. It's now a borrow of 167,000 shares. It's going to increase the short share percentage interest of the free float to 18.41. And cost to borrow max is at 14.6. Cost to borrow average is 11.8. And cost to borrow min is at 10.1. For those of you who are just joining in for the first time for the day today, shares on loan is at 136.8 million shares. That's about 1.7 million shares lower than it was yesterday. Taking a look at the options. at a $16 strike price an hour ago, there's 24.6 thousand contracts. There's now 28.6. No, 28.1. On the puts, at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 13.5 thousand contracts. There's now 14.5. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume for calls over puts. And this market's still kind of signaling for a closing price somewhere between $15 and $16 for the day today. In regards to open interest, you'll see that at, well, maybe you guys can see it, maybe you can't. Let me see what you got on your page. Yes, at a strike price of $20, there is indeed a very high level of options that are in the money for the puts at 3150 or 31.5 thousand contracts, and for the calls that are out of the money with 53.6 thousand contracts that are stacked up there at the $20 strike price. According to Fidelity, based off of orders, AMC is currently in 11th with the most amount of trades, with 54% buys to 46% sales. GME coming in at 12th with a 64% buy to 36% sale. This is the screen I was talking about here, Stephen. 1 second. SSR trigger price is 1404. The amount of shares available to borrow is still 350,000 shares, and then the ETF's 360,000 shares. Total borrow fee is at 9.5%. This is the part right here that you're looking for your answer. There's 514.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 73.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 159.6 thousand contracts are out of money on puts versus 69.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Extremely high levels of volume for options, but it's due to yearlies that are expiring. NASDAQ is up 0.39, Dow Jones is down 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.1. We currently have an advancing over declining market with 3,498 advancers to 3,278 decliners. The VIX is down 3.63, IWB is up 0.06, IWD is down 0.1, IWM is up 0.32, Tesla is up 2.69, Amazon is up 1.69, Cinemark is up 1.05, Doge is up 0.77, Bitcoin is up 2.36, GME is up 5.17, HYMC is down 3.96, Hood is up 0.06, NCMI is up 1.11, AMC is down 1.16, and inflow versus outflow, we currently have $30 million more in outflow than inflow. 32.56 million shares having been traded for the day today with approximately 40 minutes left of trading. Which puts us at about 36.2 million, on pace for about 36.3 million shares before the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested we would see somewhere between 30 and 50 million, so we're really close to on target today. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.38, which is just about average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.24, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.61, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.65, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.2, definitely below average on the 5-minute. We did touch along the bottom side of the Bollinger Band here, and price did bounce off that, start heading toward the simple moving average, and they attempted to drop price again. It's not moving down as fast this time. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. That's I think it was shoot, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Duncan. I think submitted a link this morning of a 36-page report that does look like there's it's been pushed off until 2024. It does look to be true. Dr. No, thank you. That's not going to happen, Beach Guy. Maybe in the aftermarket hours. We didn't really define. I said by market close today, so I didn't define whether it would be in the after hours or not. So LA, basically what it is that it was people who were buying really far out of the money call options a year ago. Back when we were running price up, in the 70, 60, 70 range. And there's a lot of people who are probably FOMOing into $1 options for 145 a year away, right? At a dollar, who cares, right? It's a penny. It's a penny an option. For $1, they were buying a lottery ticket for 145 bucks. Is essentially what happened. And now look at their bet. Their $1 bet's turning into nothing, which is what happens. But it's still a bet. It was actually 208,000 of them. That's money in somebody's pocket, and that's you know, unfortunately, it's money that's going to get eaten. I wouldn't look at it like that, Savvy. I don't think AMC's going anywhere as far as like. I don't think they're going to sell out to anybody. Beach Guy says, "Wait, what? I thought it was end of day Friday." Mm, I think it was just to the end of today. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll have to. Duncan will pipe in here in a minute. I'm sure he'll pipe in and tell me what it was I said because I think he clarified the dates. Honestly, Roadster guy, I don't. Well, I mean, you do what you want with your money, but I don't think any options are a great play right now. In a normal situation, I do think that gamma squeezes are a thing. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that gamma squeezes aren't a thing. I just think that who's controlling price right now, this is a little bit of a different situation than normal. Based off of what I've seen in the money flow and whose pockets it's going into, I don't think that any kind of options play is going to be a good options play with AMC at this point. In fact, I think that's really what's fueling this to continue on as long as it is. Now Duncan's saying July 31st, 2024. Yeah, no. Yo says, Casey, just go green, do it for the Greta. Probably not. That is a great question, MG Toe. A lot of people seem to think that they're there's Darth Walt on the show to talk about DRS shares one time. He's also done a study, and he said that if my understanding is correct, and I hate to misquote him, but give me a little bit of room for leeway. But I believe that he said there was only 3 brokerages that were actually pushing orders to the direct lit market, even though others were saying that they weren't, or that they were. I'm not going to list which ones they are, because I don't remember for a fact which ones they are, and I got to get him on to talk about it. He did state in the past that he'd be willing to come back on and talk some more, and I'd love to get him back on to talk about that information. But it's a great question that you're asking, and there's a good chance that there may only be a couple brokers out there who are actually pushing to the lit market for us. Tom D says, I shook my magic 8-ball and it said hold. Purpley Outside says it's an IV play. The 145 call, plenty of money to be made without needing to hit 145 to be hit. I'm not going to disagree. I'm just going to say that, they didn't hit it. We've pretty much been in a downward spiral run in price for the last year. So the idea that, that they could have made money, I don't think those options are going to be in the money at all. I doubt that they've made any money on the IV on those. There wasn't nearly enough implied volatility at all. I could be wrong though. Country Pride is saying off exchange 75%. It's actually worse than that. It's 75 like 0.5. It's higher. But yeah, it's crazy, right? Nana says Friday I will dye my hair teal and post my real name on Twitter with a picture. I don't know why you're going to do that. I hope it's for fun. I hope you're okay with it. Have fun though. I could be the new leprechaun. I'm going to pass. Rip market. Let's check the SPY out real quick. Down 0.33. Price is starting to run down a little bit on AMC as well. There's the SPY. Getting a little more volume activity here, although the last couple minutes have still been pretty low in volume. The highest minute we had so far is 150,000 shares. Give me 1 second here, guys. I want to check something out. Ooh. I opened up Twitter and it's seeing a picture saying first probable case of monkeypox reported in St. Louis City. Tuesday, the St. Louis Health Department is investigating a possible case of monkeypox. Looks like boils on a kid's hand. It looks terrible. I just wanted to refresh real quick and see if Adam Aaron had tweeted anything new. Nothing new. Yeah, the unfortunate thing though, Roadster guys, is that they prolong this run. Like I really feel on this broadening ascending wedge, I really feel that price should have probably come out, should have either broken out right here, like this run out right here should have broken out here, but they let price run for a little while and then drug out the day and then let the dropout occur really close to the end of the day. So the chances of us bouncing off that 1532 range and heading back upwards and getting the price improvement side of this uh, is probably not going to formulate because of the fact the market's going to close and we'll trade sideways like we always do. Does that mean that it's going to lead into tomorrow in a movement upwards? I don't think so. I think most of the days when whatever pattern we've set for the day, once the day is done trading, it's over. The pattern's not going to move on into the next day. Each daily pattern is its own beast. Not saying that you can't find patterns in daily patterns. I know that sounds so weird. What I'm saying is if I scroll out to a daily pattern here and I show you, for example, like a pattern that's repeating itself, or not a pattern that's repeating itself, but a pattern that I see that's an indicator as far as like this bullish triangle. I do think that this is a pattern that we're following, but on a micro scale, on a 1 minute to 30-minute time scale, looking between days, it's got to be a long period of time, maybe 3 or 4 days that you're looking at in order for you to be able to look at it and say like it's a continuation of this. But when you're just looking at a 1 minute scale like this and you're pulling back out and you're saying, okay, here's a pattern movement in price. I see a run up here, potentially pull back, a drop out to a certain value. Um, that's it's either going to complete or not complete by the end of the day. Oh, Nana says, I meant if Casey dyes his beard. I'm not going to dye it. Francis Boy says, good omen for tomorrow. My calendar reads AMC tomorrow, but that's not what I wrote. How spooky is that? That is spooky. What's AMC? Who wrote it? I'm going to AMC tomorrow. I don't know. Are you writing down what I'm going to do? Is that a Hakach formation on the charts? I don't know. You need to draw me one and send it to me on the side, and I could tell you if maybe we can come up with a Hakach formation. Thanks for making me smile, Dr. Zeno. Uh, by the way, Dr. Zeno, I just want to let you know that, when I make my roundabouts every single day and I watch different things, I see people talking out there. Um, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your um, I appreciate your comments, and you're probably sitting there going like, "What the heck did I possibly say?" I get it. I understand where you're coming from when you say some of the weird things that you say, but it makes sense to me. In a world full of chaos, um, you're just throwing out chaotic messages, and I see them, and I get it. I understand what you're doing. Jay, I had my drinky drink like normal, and then my toasting drink. If you want to know how many shots I've had, the drinky drink at the end of the day, I was always contains 3 shots in it. And then usually the drinky drink of rum, we don't measure it out, but I would say it's probably somewhere around 3 shots as well. So I'd say 6 shots so far for the day to day. It's like you wouldn't know it. Well, actually, I was probably acting a little goofy earlier, but you wouldn't really know. 1976 myself. 1976. I think, it's a struggle for me just to keep this beard alone as it is, guys. The idea that I would have to color it and walk around looking like a dumbass, it would make me want to cut it even more, and I want to stick to that first conviction, the conviction of keeping the beard till 90 or Christmas, whichever came last. Christmas is gone. We're closer to the next Christmas than we were the last one. I want to hold that conviction. I want to hold the idea of holding on to my beard, and dyeing it isn't going to help me. So it's just going to make me want to get rid of it even more. Dr. Zeno says you nailed it. I'm watching, man. I'm watching. I see what's going on out there. I see what people say. I know how people react, how people. I understand. I know I know how you feel. I feel the same way you feel, the exact same way. And so when you say some of the things that you say, it's not even a mystery to me. I just go like, God, I'd have said that myself. It's just craziness. Yo says I'm short on Casey's liver. Ah, come on. Jay, you got the right amount of shots, but they didn't fit all in one line. That is a great question, Yucca, and the answer is I probably will go back to the original logo. So yes. Savvy's a fish. You said it, Savvy. I didn't say it. You're a fish. One drink and she's done. Watch out, guys. I'm telling you right now, when we all get together and meet up, don't you? I'm watching out for Savvy. I got her back. I'm not gonna let her have more than that one drink because I'm not gonna let her get all stupid. Because there's always those people that they just have when they're enjoying themselves, they have just one more than they usually would. Oh, it's all over then. It's all over. Buck Thiener said, I don't know why I said Thiener. I may have even said it the right way there. But Buck says, I asked before, how long are you prepared to document this MOASS? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm prepared to document it as long as I guess I need to. There was a period of time where I said that I was going to have to stop the show and probably go back to work again. But I was able to figure something out to extend that period of time. Um, I'm all right for now, but that time may arise again in the future. When it does, we'll take it when it happens. One day at a time. Uh, I'm not going anywhere. Uh, I'm still going to continue to document this as much as I possibly can. Um, DJ Screw says, I'm shorting Casey's prostate. That's pretty funny, man. But yeah, I'm willing to as long as it takes, I'll be here. I just may have to reduce the amount of time that I spend on it, but I will be here. Yo says, Casey, so far we got Pounce Theon, Boosterdramus, AMC Friggums, Tony DeLorean, Mass Denaro, and Shaw Claude Van Man. I'm into it. I'm totally into it. I have not heard that Shaw Claude Van Man. That's really clever. I love it. Those are all great. Shaw Claude Van Man. I have a hard time reading that without reading it or without saying it the right way. But you know what though? What was that? What was that movie? Uh, Bloodsport or something, where he was competing in some kind of to the death match, or I forget what it was exactly, but it was one of those Van Damme movies, and he does the splits, and I just remember the first time that I ever saw him do the splits in a movie, as a man. It was pain. It was like the first time I've ever been in pain from watching somebody do the splits as a man. I like watched it happen and literally felt like I got kicked in the stomach, in the balls, and felt it in my stomach. I was just like, oh, that looks like it hurts. It was so terrible. Jeff says, I don't think it should be any more than 2 weeks. Great answer, sir. Nikki says, where's the meetup after MOASS? We haven't decided, but we'll figure it out. It was so weird, Buck, because I just said it. It just like rolled right out of my mouth, and it was because I normally would look at your last name and I'd read it as Thunar, but when I read it just naturally, it just kind of came out correct. I think it was kind of weird. The Shallance of the Vans. That's pretty funny. That's a good one too. Thank you, Michael. I think you guys are great people. I do it for you. Yeah, the kickboxer one. Bloodsport. You know, Steven, Vegas is an option, but not right away. And I'll tell you why. You know, the first thing Vegas is going to do is it's going to expect all of us to head to Vegas. And that's the last thing I want to do is what everybody expects me to do. I don't want Vegas to know when I'm coming. And I think you can appreciate that living there. You probably understand exactly what I mean by that. When I go to Vegas, I really just don't want anybody to know I'm going to Vegas. It's or I want it to be a private get together and something that Vegas doesn't know that we're coming. One of the two. Mysterious Motorsports. That's my son's gaming tag for I think the PS5 or for PlayStation. It's Shaman is his. That's his. I think he went by that too in basic. Shawshank Redemptions. Yucca said Robert Earl Davis Jr., better known, his stage name is DJ Screw, was an American hip hop DJ based in Houston, Texas. Is this you? DJ Screw. There is a DJ Screw that was on here. Kickboxer is what it's called? Okay. Thank you, Michael. I couldn't remember the name of it. I couldn't remember. I just felt like the name of it was Bloodsport or something. I don't know. Pro Jeweler says the city has to have an international airport. Beach Guy says Vegas equals target on your back. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's a target on your back if they know you're coming, but if you can show up without them knowing you're going to come, then it's better, right? So you don't want to go there when they're expecting you. Michael says, speaking of Vegas, where was the tune on the guitar? I never did pull it back out. I was meant to pull it back out after one of the breaks. Hobbs and Shaw. Fast and Furious. Isn't that Fast and Furious? I don't know. I'm not a big Fast and Furious fan. Congratulations, Dick. Well, I toasted to you, but you may have not been here. Dr. Zeno says, my favorite movie, Men of Honor. Just a reminder, all the money in the world won't do shit for you if you don't have honor and integrity. And I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, you didn't miss it, Nana. I'll tell you what. I'll go pick up the guitar. We got a few minutes left here. I'll go grab it real quick. But you guys, you're putting me on the spot, and it's hard for me to play on the spot. It's just kind of got to be one of those natural things. So don't expect anything amazing out of me. So I'll be right back. I'll go grab the guitar real quick. Definitely not going to play Stairway to Heaven. That's for sure. Definitely not going to sing. Announcement of the meetup will be on Discord. I'll probably put it someplace a little bit more safe that's more private than that. Like I said, I've got a place that I've got waiting for us. It's going to be more of a private subreddit for us to join later on. But when the time is right, I'll let you guys know where to go. Is Casey shirtless? No, it's the color of the top of the guitar. You know, a long time ago, I used to remember the sweater song, and I really can't remember how it goes now. I don't remember how it goes. It's been so long since I played the sweater song. Let's see. No, that's not it. I don't remember. I don't remember the sweater song. I used to remember it. Yeah, I'm never gonna remember it. It's been too long. Woo! Oh man. Boy, I'm sucking now. Man, I wish I could play that song. I've tried so many times to play Under the Bridge. It's like a CM. Let's see. It starts out like it's like it starts out high though. It's like I don't know what it is, but it's like a C chord, and then it drops down. I don't remember. I don't know what it is, but the only one Chili Pepper song that I think I really know though is let's see. There it is. Yeah, it just keeps going over and over and over. But anyways, I don't know those songs, and it's the end of the day. So you guys put me on the spot. I played a little songs for you. I hope you guys have a great rest of the day because it's the end of the day and I need to end this thing because I'm going to go to dinner here soon and play some Top Golf and have a good rest of my day. But you guys know the routine around here. When it is the time of the end of the day, eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another day. It's hump day today, which means we got 2 more days to go. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, go out and do something. Get out! Do something! Do it! But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. To swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is is the city I live in, the city of angel. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. And I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm